Before we begin the stream, this might not end up meaning much, obviously, if you end up watching this on YouTube. So I guess I apologize. But late last night, I was like, oh man, it's been a while since we've done this for a particular game, but I feel as if since we still have quite the journey on this game, and I love doing dumb things for any minimal amount of fun. I just I took like 3 minutes to make 4 random emotes. No, don't do that. In the for Twitch chat. Hello. So, and because I'm a man of the people, I threw them in the following emotes list. So if you're on Twitch and you're like, all right, let's, you want to spam, fucking, I don't know, Maria, and you can't really tell what face I selected for her, then you can spam Maria. They're there. But, you know, maybe as we move along through the series, maybe I'll change those up. But, I only have so many slots, especially for follower emotes only, because I don't really necessarily want to make them subscribes only. But, maybe we'll, you know, mix things around. I have other ideas, but I just thought I was in some kind of mood late last night. I don't know. All right, let's start up the game. Certified uwu moment. Oh, I'm clicking. I have the wrong scene up in OBS. Let me do that. There we go. That's not what I want to do. I pressed the wrong thing. I thought I had to include that one because, I mean, it was a highly detailed moment, but then in my streams we had a, a second meaning. I was thinking about it when I was making this one. I was like, man, I'm wondering if we're ever gonna have another moment like that where the audio just fucking flips out. Let's see. Start. Don't hit episode 2. Gonna throw out the warning. I have been coughing quite a bit today. I'm gonna try not to have it, be too much of a problem over the course of tonight, but we'll see. Yes, I was literally just about to say. I was about to say, okay, what happened last time, and then I was going to take a long-ass pause because I was going to have to remember. I feel like I'm less likely to remember the midweek happenings in Umineko streams. I think they're necessary. I think they're important, and I like doing, like, a midweek stream, but it just opens up the possibility of me forgetting things a bit more, just because I'm, like, you know, work weeks. The brain is just in a whirlwind at that point. But yes, we saw on the train platform, we had Rosa again showing her true parenting colors towards Maria, causing a scene. We had the brave platform train attendant confront her because he has bigger balls than I would in that type of situation. But I think they were just gathering. It was like seeing the group gather before the October meeting. So we got a little more context to all of that, I guess. I think I explained, like, it seemed I think I made mention, like, episode 2 seems much more so far vignette-y, if I'm gonna make up a word. Vignette-y. Where we're getting like small little pockets of moments of all the different characters leading up to the fateful day, or multiple days. And for some reason we have Nanjo here. Let me I've always defended heavily on this next part. Now I'm after its inheritance and straight to hell. I'm just scrolling. Let me just see. I don't even remember any of this dialogue. What was all this? Was this Kinzo? The Rudolph. Okay. Okay. Someone was talking about money. Hashtag little Umineko things. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then we seen transition to Nanjo, and I was like, okay, I had to end it that night. Okay. Let's begin. Get comfortable. Get yourself a drink, get some snacks, I don't know. What is the Umineko, my streams ritual on your ends? Do you guys put it on the big screen? Pour yourselves a drink, get some snacks, order a pizza. Okay, has this track always sounded like a broken VHS player? Let me see. I mean, it doesn't sound any different to me. I hope you're not saying like there's some weird audio thing on my end. Is there a weird audio thing on my end? Are we already getting cursed? Or is it just a weird audio thing? Oh, what a burger chocolate shake! Nice. Oh, I'm not even a second screen experience. I'm a third screen experience. That's actually pretty dope. I respect it. Okay. Nanjo says, could it be that, once again, you do not plan on making an appearance at the family conference? Okay. He is with grandfather. Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. Kinzo's eyes remained rooted to a strange book on magic. I'm gonna turn it down even just slightly more there. I'll keep fiddling with it for the next 5 minutes, as I tend to do. I have no intention of joining those vultures in their debate. They can discuss how they'll suck my bones dry on their own. How utterly contemptible. I can read. Ugh. My. How troublesome. Nanjo shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were lovely things. Aww. He believed watching them grow was the only way to truly enjoy old age. Are we gonna get Nanjo backstory? Nanjo family lore? So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo. Did I read that last line? He believed watching. Okay, yeah. If I already mentioned this, but if I'm reading and it sounds like I'm stifling back a cough, just know that is exactly what is happening. I thought I had more cough drops on me, but I didn't. I checked my stash at like an hour before stream, and I was too lazy to go pick something up. Words were very sad. So Kinzo's words were very saddening to Nanjo. If the time comes for me to leave this room, I will show myself. Just as she does not show herself yet. When Kinzo raised his face, his gaze pointed at the portrait of the witch, which was respectfully displayed on the wall. Kinzo's mind didn't dwell for a moment on the fact that today was the family conference, where all of his beloved relatives would gather. It was filled only by the face of the witch in the oil painting, who never smiled except inside the portrait. Everybody knew that interrupting Kinzo when he talked about Beatrice would trigger his wrath. Today, I will hold a certain ceremony. Oh. And what might that be?
儀式というよりは博打に近い。
Perhaps it is closer to a gamble than a ceremony.
なぜならリスクを負わぬ魔法に奇跡は宿らぬからだ。
After all, magic without risk can never house a miracle. Nanjo had heard Kinzo say this many times before. You might even call it a pet phrase of Kinzo's. Kinzo apparently believed that magic and miracles could occur if you gambled your own fate with a certain amount of risk and triumphed.
かつて黄金のギャンブラーと言われた金蔵さんが
I wonder what sort of gamble you're making.
いつお迎えが来てもおかしくないそのご老体で一体どんな博打に挑みますやら。
As a man who was once called the Golden Gambler, and who's now so old he might pass on at any time. Damn, I love the title Golden Gambler. I wish I could be known as the Golden Gambler.
これは見ものですな。
This should be well worth watching.
なるほど。
I see.
研究を尽くした秘術の儀式も魔法にたけぬお前にかかれば博打呼ばわりか。
So the secret ritual I've developed after much research appears to be nothing more than a gamble to one unversed in magic such as you.
まあいい。
Very well.
奇跡を信じる私が勝てば。
If I have faith in miracles and win,
お前の目には水鏡にしか見えなかったであろう我が研究のすべてがこの日に結実したことをはっきりと理解できるだろう。
you will see clearly on this day that all my research did bear fruit, despite it seeming to be little more than the product of my eccentricity.
お前が勝てば
If you win,
見たままの通りいつ迎えが来てもおかしくない年寄りの水鏡に終わるだけだ。
it will all end just as you have already seen. It's nothing more than the eccentricity of an old man who might leave this world at any time. Oh?
一体どんなギャンブルを始めるやら。
Just what sort of gamble could you be planning to take?
あなたの友人としてその賭けに、いや儀式でしたか。
As your friend, that bet, or ceremony as you called it,
その儀式にあなたが勝てるよう心からお祈りするだけです。
I can only pray most sincerely that you achieve victory in it.
感謝する。
Yes, I thank you.
そういえば金蔵さん、
Speaking of which, Kinzo-san,
今年の親族会議には懐かしい客がおられるそうですな。
have you heard that a much longed-for guest will be present at the family conference this year?
何？
What? For once, Kinzo reacted to Nanjo's words and turned around.
ほら、ルドルフさんのところのバトラ君です。
That's right, Battler-kun from Rudolph-san's family.
6年ぶりにおいでになるそうじゃありませんか。
I hear he'll be coming after an absence of 6 years.
きっと立派になっていますよ。
I'm sure he's become a splendid boy,
なんだ、バトラか。
if not a little dumb. Oh, Battler.
6年ぶり程度の客人など懐かしいなどと呼びはせぬ。
I wouldn't call him longed for, guest who's failed to show up for a mere 6 years. After hearing Battler's name and making a disappointed and ill-humored expression, Kinzo turned his back again. Have we? I can't remember if this is just a thing I don't remember, or if it's been said, or if it hasn't been said, or maybe it's not a thing, like at all. But have we been actually told why Battler has not made it the last 6 years? Because I would assume there has to be some reason, because why? It's not like he's a grown-ass adult and like he just chose not to show up. So he was still probably under the same, he was still a kid under his parents. So then why wouldn't they have made him through, you know, for the last 6 years been like, hey, you got to come to this family meeting thing? I'm curious. That's all. I don't think it's been said is my point. The thing I'm trying to say is I don't think it's been said. So I was curious if like there's a reason it hasn't been said.
金蔵さんにとっての6年などこの部屋で研究に没頭すれば あっという間のことでしょうからな。
Yeah, we might learn it at some point. I was just wondering if I'd missed it. If I'd missed it or I just couldn't remember for whatever fucking reason. I imagine those 6 years went by in a flash for you, considering how you've immersed yourself in your research in this room. However, we might actually receive a visit from a truly longed-for guest. Man, he's really like, fuck Battler. I'm here to see Beatrice. Everything depends on the results of the roulette. The roulette has already started to spin. Will it be rouge or noir? It's not fancy enough to say red or black. Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves as we see what kind of miracle the roulette will show us. The payoffs are large. And I don't intend to lose. Beatrice, accept my bet. At that time, the telephone on the table rang. The piercing sound seemed to irritate Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver to preserve the silence as much as he could. What is it? I'm busy. I'm busy monologuing right now, dude. Genji speaking. Everyone has arrived. What of it? Just serve them some tea or something. Certainly. I will do so. Kinzo hung up the phone rudely. Looking at that, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he is now, I doubt Kinzo would pay any heed to any sort of guest. Could any guest possibly make Kinzo come out when the time comes, as he said? Kinzo had a single person in mind, but that was a guest who certainly wouldn't appear. Nanjo stared at the witch of the portrait with her impressive expression, unable to decide whether she was smiling or sad, and then gazed up at the lead-colored sky. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, this is weird. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, I got an Achievo. It says, welcome back. I don't think it popped on your screen. I don't think you guys can see it. I think it's the overlay. Welcome back to Rokenjima, it said. So, are all the pieces in place? Oh, you saw it? Oh, was it on the actual screen? Sometimes, I guess it depends on how I capture it. I have to capture this game in a funky way. And not through the normal PC game capture, so I guess it does show. So, are all the pieces in place? Wait, that's not her saying it? Is this a narrator saying this? What is this music? Some hardcore piano shit right now. Okay, so all the pieces in place. Shall we line them all up again and start a new game? Any objections from you? Is she talking to me? I have an objection. Nope, none. What is this moment? Wait. I'm like... This is like a weird thing. A weird thing is happening. I think a weird thing is going on. Nope, none. The witch looked at him challengingly, while elegantly smoking her pipe. God, she's so cool. And Battler? He just really shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care what she did. He didn't meet her eyes. But that didn't mean he didn't intend to challenge her. It showed his clear determination to never be taken in by this bastard's tricks. It was an expression of his determination to fight. Don't tell me you're jumping into this without a plan.
お前の出方がわからねえ以上、策も何もねえぜ。
God, she is a girl bastard. I don't even know how you'll make your first move, so I've got no plans or anything.
好きに先手を取ればいいじゃねえか。
Go ahead and move first.
もちろんそうさせていただくぞ。
God, they are really talking about this as if it's like a real world, like, chess game. I assume that's the intention. You know, with everything. Naturally, I'll do so.
お前の守りをいかに崩すか。
How shall I break down your defenses?
なんてで詰めるか。
Oh, that's the confirmation. How many moves will it take to checkmate you?
わらわの腕の見せ所よ。
This is where you'll see me at my finest.
お前がどんな手で来よう。俺はお前を信じない。
But every chapter has an actual name. I believe that. I said that weirdly, but I mean, like, that wouldn't surprise me. But I don't think it says it in game at all. Unless there's, like, titles flashed at the beginning that I'm just not remembering. This one's called Chessboard Preparations. No matter what moves you come at me with, I won't believe in you.
その一点を俺が貫き通す限り、俺に負けはない。
As long as I stand my ground on that point, I won't lose. Okay, wait. So I'm looking at the situation. The only thing I can surmise is happening is that he in the witch? The only thing I can call this is like the witch's plane of existence, or a plane of existence that at least the witch has access to. Maybe multiple witches have access to. And after we saw the tea party thing crumble, and Battler was like, I'm not accepting what the outcome had happened that we saw in the first chapter, is he allowed to stay on this plane of existence, see all of the basically what I was calling the vignettes of chapter 2? Was he able to, like, almost like omnipresently, like, see everything kind of get, like, set up? And then he goes like, all right, we're gonna redo this thing again. That's what I'm assuming is happening. They call it Purgatory. Oh yeah, there was the fancy Purgatory name they called it. So I assume he's like, I don't want to call it like meta way, because it's not like he's, but like he's, I assume, is privy. Like, the main thing I'm questioning, my brain is firing off so many different thoughts right now. I'm gonna try to focus them. The only thing I can assume here is I'm wondering if he's like somehow being reinserted into the bad day in October of the actual meeting, and if he's gonna remember everything that happened in the first sequence. Are we time traveling? Are we time traveling with him privy to previous attempts information? Oh my god, whatever. I just gotta go. As long as I stand my ground on that point, I won't lose. Wait, no matter what moves you come at me with, I won't believe in you. As long as I stand my ground on that point, I won't lose. Hell, too. I mean, knowing my luck, all these questions I'm asking are probably going to be answered within like 5 minutes, maybe. And that means this game's built in a way that makes it impossible for you to win. Perhaps you're right. However, I'm the one who decides how many times we'll hold this game. We'll repeat it over and over again until I win and you acknowledge your defeat, see? In other words, this is torture. Okay, so she says that as long as he doesn't admit defeat, they would keep playing this over and over again. So really it comes down to Battler's ignorance level and his ability to not accept it, versus what she is saying is she's equating this to torture. How long can he hold out having to repeat this cycle over and over again, effectively being tortured? How long can Battler hold out?
そなたがわらわを魔女の存在を認めるまで永遠に続く。
It shall go on endlessly until you acknowledge me and the existence of witches.
なら、俺もお前が根負けするまで何度でも無限に付き合ってやるぜ。
Then I'll play your game endlessly as many times as it takes until you run out of patience.
意地の張り合いってやつでは負けた例がねえんだ。
I've never lost in a test of stubbornness. Oh, it's so true. That feels so true.
どこぞの魔女にでも入れ知恵されたか？
Oh, did a certain witch plant that idea in your head?
まあよい。
Cackle, cackle. Very well.
コタクは聞き飽きたぜ。
I'm tired of listening to you ramble.
さあ、おっ始めやがれ。
Come on, get this started.
さあ、始めようではないか。
Then let us begin.
そなたの指し手はすでに知り尽くしておる。
I already know all your moves.
手の内を知られた守りなどたかが知れておる。
A defense doesn't amount to much if the plan behind it is known.
同じ手でしのぎきれると思うでないぞ。
Don't think you'll be able to defy me with the same moves.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
一つだけ最初に言っておくことがある。
I've got just one thing to say before we start.
なんだ。
She's a bitchy witch. She knows how to wield it. What is it?
お前が何をのたまおうと自由だ。
Go ahead and say whatever you want.
だが、俺が信じるかどうか。
However, whether I believe you
常に
is something
俺が
I'll decide
自分で決める。
for myself.
貴様の魔法がどれほどのものだったとしても、
No matter how impressive this magic of yours is,
俺の魂は屈しない。
my soul won't yield to you.
これは俺への拷問だと？
You think this is torture for me?
違うね。
You're wrong.
ならばなんだというのか。
Then what else could it be?
これはお前への拷問なのさ。
This is torture for you.
お前がいつも
There.
諦めるか。
Someday you'll surrender to me and give up.
それまで繰り返される拷問なのさ。
Until then, you'll be tortured over and over again.
面白いかな。その例えやよし。
I actually kind of like the pointing battler over this battler I scooped up. I know I might have to redo that one. How amusing! What an entertaining metaphor.
互いを苛み合う拷問とは実に面白い。
Torture where we torment each other. Yes, truly amazing.
さーて、始めようではないか。
Come, shall we begin that torture? So basically, they're having a torture off. Who can make the other person mentally crack first? On one end, you have a very cold and calculating witch, and on the other end, you have just a complete dumb fucking battler. And I can't stress this enough. I'm pretty sure he's just the right combination of dumb and stubborn to like hold out forever, I assume.
後ろ宮バトラー
Yishiromiya battler! Gung. Gung gung. There's an extension. I'd believe it. Although I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to like Twitch extensions. If you're talking about like Twitch extensions. I can be the stubborn lad with those. Every year, the relatives visiting Rokenjima would let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden that first greeted them. They would stop there to chat about the rose's beauty and how well they were blooming that year. In the midst of all this, there was a single unhealthy rose, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at its condition. But George used his quick wits, and, saying that everything would be fine if they took care of this poor thing, marked it with a candy wrapper and immediately restored Maria's good mood. Then Battler, with whom she'd been getting along with well that morning, started talking about Halloween. This was such a favorite topic of Maria's that she began playing around energetically again. To Maria, that marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candy bought by her mother was probably the greatest sort of treasure. They seemed to have bought several, and she demanded a trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around.
Maria はどうしてこんなにハロウィンが好きなんだろうな。
I wonder why Maria likes Halloween so much.
日本人には一つ馴染みにくいイベントだと思ってたんだが。
I always figured it was a pretty unfamiliar event for the Japanese.
仮装行列で練り歩く子供のお祭りだからじゃねえのか?
Well, it's a kids' festival where they get to parade around in costumes, right?
普段と違う格好をしてはしゃぎ合うってのは楽しいぜ。
The most simple of answers. Just because her mom is evil and sucks. It can be fun to play around in an outfit that's different than usual.
多分僕はもう少しディープな理由によるものだと思うな。
I think there's a slightly deeper cause behind it.
何しろ魔女のマリアちゃんだからね。
After all, she's the witch, Maria-chan.
そういや、飛行場でもマリアは仮装するなら魔女になりたいって言っていたっけ?
Come to think of it, when we were at the airport, didn't Maria say that if she was gonna wear a costume, it'd be a witch?
マリアって魔女が好きなんだ。
Does she like witches?
ええ、大好きよ。
Rosa off in the distance. Yes. Yes, she loves them.
困ったくらいに。
So much that it becomes a problem, and I feel the extreme need to beat it out of her.
まあまあ。
Pain face. Hey, it's not so bad.
あのくらいの年頃はファンタジックな存在に憧れるもんですから。
You expect kids at that age to love fantastical stuff like that?
せめてテレビアニメのヒロインに憧れるくらいなら可愛いんだけど。
If it was just a heroine on some TV anime, at least it'd be cute. Heroine. Heroine. Sigh. Judging by Rosa's appearance, she wasn't very happy about her daughter's love for witches as a mother. The cousins other than Battler seemed to realize this, and they shrugged, wearing stiff smiles.
Huh?
魔
女好きだとハロウィンも好きになるって論法なのか?
So you're arguing that because she likes witches, she also likes Halloween?
わかんなきゃ本人に聞けばいいか。
If we don't know, why don't we just ask her?
おい、マリア。
Hey, Maria.
ハロウィンと魔女って何か関係あるのか?
How are Halloween and witches related? As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a stifled ah, as if they were trying to stop him, but too late. Battler, the instigator. Maria might have been waiting for just that question. After beaming for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You're totally clueless, aren't you?" It was the face of a hobbyist who's been tickled off by an outsider. Ticked off by an outsider saying something stupid about their favorite subject. It's like me when someone says like, oh, you could skip all the side games in Kingdom Hearts or something like that, I assume. Also, I gotta point out, this battler doesn't seem like he has the knowledge of past battler from the previous cycle. Because, and maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but if he had the knowledge of the previous cycle, wouldn't you like immediately be like, you would run around and be like, everyone stop! We gotta get off this island before it starts raining. That's what I would do, at least. Maria says, ooh.
ケルト人は1年間を通じてその勢いを変える太陽は
To the Celts, or Celts. I remember... I don't need to go into it. I just remember like a long time ago, I was a lot younger, and I got into, not like a debate or anything, but like me and my dad were talking about like, I was asking him whether it's pronounced like Celtic or Celtic. And I was so confused as a kid because there's like so many instances where like I've heard both be used in like official capacities. I don't know. To the Celts, the changing strength of the sun over the course of a year signified
1年を通して生まれ育ち老いて死んでそして再び蘇ると考えていたの。
Celtic, 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 Celtic. Yeah, we should just start spelling it like that. Its birth, its growing up period, its aging and death, and then its revival.
納得だな。
I get it.
春のか弱いポカポカした太陽がどんどん成長して暑いくらいになり、
In spring, the weak, warm sun starts to grow up and get hot.
次第に痩せ衰えていく様をなるほど太陽の一生と考えるのもうなずけるぜ。
And then it gradually gets weaker and worn out. Sort of makes sense to think of it as a sun living out an entire life. Yes.
だから彼らは10月の最後に太陽は死に死の国で体を休めて冬至の日に再び蘇ると考えたの。
So, they thought that at the end of October, the sun died, was laid to rest in the land of the dead, and was then revived at the winter solstice.
それで太陽が1年の生涯を終えて死ぬその日を大晦日サビンと呼んでお祝いしたの。
And the name they gave to the last day of their year, when the sun ended its 1-year lifespan and died, was Samhain, and they celebrated then.
再び日照時間が長くなりだす冬至の日を太陽の復活の日とする考え方はとても面白いよね。
It's an interesting idea, to think that the sun is revived on the day of the winter solstice, and the daylight hours start to grow longer again.
古代の人々がいかに太陽を神聖視していたかがわかるエピソードだよ。
It's a case that makes it clear how much the ancients regarded the sun as sacred. I see.
なるほどね。
Oh.
それが魔女と
Cut him
どう
off.
関係があるんだ？
So, what does that have to do with witches? It seemed that my casual urging forward had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to shut up while she explained. Maria seemed to be having a blast as she talked, so I decided not to interrupt.
10月と11月の狭間は生と死が最も近くなる。
In the interval between October and November, life and death become the closest they ever will.
ケルト人たちはこの時期に聖者の世界と死者やこの世ならざる者の世界が最も近づき、
The Celts believed that during this time, the world of the living grew closer to the world of the dead and otherworldly beings.
異界の住人たちがたくさん訪れると信じてたの。
And many of those living in the other world would come to visit.
日本でいうお盆みたいなものだよ。
It was like the Bone Festival. Bone Festival? Is that how we, in Japan? At the time, people believed that souls returned to the physical world would go into people's houses or possess people and do bad things. So, in order to avoid harm, they performed rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters and scare the souls back, which was apparently a way of being to avoid being possessed.
その部分がお祭りになっていって仮装行列になってったんだな。
Halloween lore backstory. That part became a festival which turned into a costume parade.
マリアは本当に物知りだぜ。
You really know a lot, don't you, Maria?
ほんまやな。
Ain't it the truth?
わしもハロウィンに備えな言われがあるなんて知らんかったわ。
Even I never knew Halloween had such a history.
しかしそれのどこにお菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞってのが出てくるんだ？
Where the hell did these guys come from? But where did that whole trick-or-treat thing come from? Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had suddenly started listening in too. Maria, who was normally treated like the youngest all the time, puffed out her chest with pride. Saying that this was just a kid's discussion, Rosa suggested that the adults go on ahead and set their luggage down in the guest house. But nobody else agreed to go with her, and she let out a heavy sigh. Fuck you, Rosa. Ooh!
トリックオアトリートは単なるお遊び。
Trick or treat is just for fun.
本来のケルト人たちの儀式とは何の関係もない。
It was nothing to do with what was originally a Celtic Celtic ceremony.
それは後にキリスト教の習慣が混合してできたものなの。
That was created later when Christian customs were mixed in.
でもマリアは本来のハロウィンの姿とはそうあるべきだと思うの。
However, I think it's right for Halloween to be that way. According to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the non-human world. There was also spirits with intimate connections to people's everyday lives. Humans could receive favors from those spirits, so they'd manage to gain magnificent blessings, as well as a year's worth of good crops.
つまりハロウィンってのは収穫祭の意味も少しはあったわけか。
So basically, Halloween was also a bit of a harvest festival?
なるほどな。
I get it.
言われてみりゃ、10月ってのは季節的にもいろいろ節目って気がするぜ。
Now that you mention it, I guess October's a turning point in all kinds of ways, including with the seasons.
日本の4月のちょうど反対側だもんな。
Sort of the opposite of April in Japan.
なるほど。霧はいいかもしれねえな。
Yeah, that might be a good place to mark it. Ooh.
そしてね、魔女たちはね、その時期に魔女集会サバトを開いたの。
And also, the witches hold a witch assembly then, called a Sabbath.
魔女たちは豊かな恵みをもたらしてくれた精霊たちに感謝し、ねぎらったの。
The witches thanked the spirits that gave out blessings of prosperity and reward them.
ハロウィンの仮装は向こうから来る客人たちの模倣。
Halloween costumes imitate the guests that come from the other side.
つまり彼らにお菓子を施すのは一年の収穫への感謝の気持ちがあってもいいわけだね。
In other words, you might say giving out candy is a way to show gratitude for the yearly harvest.
ジョージお兄ちゃんの言う通り。
Just like George Oni-chan says.
つまりハロウィンはこの世とあの世の交流のある時期ってわけなんだな。
So Halloween is a time when those two worlds intermingle.
それでつまり魔女たちにとってはそういう世界の客人たちと交流できる大切な機会だったと。
In other words, it's the most important chance for witches to intermingle with guests from that world.
そう言いたいわけか。
Is that what you're trying to say?
バトラの言う通り。
Just like Battler says.
だからね。
And you know what?
だからね。
You know what?
魔女たちや悪魔たちの力が最も活発で盛んになるのが10月なの。
October is when the power of witches and demons is at its most vigorous and prosperous.
きっとベアトリーチェも来てくれる。
How convenient. I'm sure Beatrice will come.
そしてね、一緒にマシュマロお菓子食べて、マリアも黄金鏡に連れてってもらうの。
And then we'll eat marshmallow candies together, and she'll bring me to the Golden Land with her.
一緒に魔法のお歌を歌って、魔法の呪文を習って、魔法陣の書き方を習うの。
We'll sing magical songs together, learn magic spells together, learn how to draw magic circles together, eat the souls of the damned.
そしてね、ルーンの秘密を習って、早くマリアを立派な魔女にしてもらうの。
And then we'll learn the secrets of runes, and I'll become a great witch really, really quickly.
あらあら、それは
She
素
seems
敵
pleased.
ね。
My, isn't that wonderful?
子供は夢があるのが一番よ。
It's best for kids to have dreams.
ところでローザ、
By the way, Rosa.
マリアちゃんは今年でいくつになったんだったかしら？
Ah, here comes Eva from the top rope. How old will Maria be this year again?
マリア、
Maria.
もうそのお話は終わりにしなさい。
That's enough of that.
気にしないでローザさん。
Don't worry about it, Rosa-san.
女の子なら誰だって一度は思い描く夢じゃない。
It's a dream all girls have at one time or another.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
でももうマリアはそういう年を卒業していますので。
But Maria's already graduated from that age.
こら、やめなさいと言ってるでしょ。
Hey, I'm telling you to stop. Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. Yeah, honestly, exactly. She'll always have her chances. Oh?
そいつはなんだかスケールのでかい話だな。
That sounds pretty detailed and impressive.
ところで、ベアトリーチェって誰だっけ？
By the way, who is Beatrice again? Okay, so he clearly doesn't have previous cycles knowledge, unless this is a high-level strat on his part. I don't know what advantage it would bring him, but if he was to, like, have to play dumb, or he can't let anyone know he came from, like, he already seen this before. I don't know. I'm just throwing things out. Just food for thought.
なんだっけ？聞いた名前だな。
I know I've heard that name somewhere before. Battler had gone for 6 years and had completely forgotten about the legend of the Rokenjima witch. However, when he said he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's once bright mood soured in an instant. When he saw that, Battler immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of this island, but the damage had already been done. Until Maria's mood improved, she went on and on about many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch. That's enough, Maria. Thank you, Battler-kun, for letting her chat with you. But no more. Canon-kun, don't you have work to do? Please leave now. Goda-san, it looks like everyone wants to sit down their bags for the time being. Sorry, but could you guide everyone to the guest house? Certainly. Well then, everyone, allow me to guide you. Then, if you'll excuse me. Goda led the relatives, and they began to head towards the guest house. They were eager to set down their luggage and take a breather, so they didn't realize that Rosa and Maria weren't coming with them. Oh no. I wonder what's gonna happen. After watching them leave towards the guest house, Rosa's face changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria this whole time. There was a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she had been using on Maria's slender arm. Oh god. That hand then slapped against Maria's head, pinched her left ear, and lifted. Even though I'm always telling you not to talk about witches. Haven't I always said that was our promise together? Mama, ouch. Mama, ouch. Ma. Excuse me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ah. You really do like blabbering on about Halloween all the time, don't you? A festival for witches? Who cares about the Celts, black magic, all that idiotic trash? You're 9 years old! 9! Because of that scene you made in the train, I went to all the trouble making a stop and buying you those disgusting monster mushrooms. Mushrooms. Fuck, I messed up. Marshmallows that look like they have fluorescent paint on them. I went out of my way to buy it, even though it made us late. How much more will you embarrass me before you're satisfied? Honestly, I know I'm preaching to the choir probably at this point, but like, I don't know. If I was Rosa, wouldn't you maybe think this is like a... This is more like a... Not necessarily a chicken and egg type situation, but like, hey, why is my daughter, who I'm the only parent of that's in her life, why does she love to believe and fill her time up with this fantasy, what you deem, fantasy world of witches and shit? Huh. Well, instead of fixing the root issue, perhaps, I'm gonna continue to yell and abuse her. I'm sure that'll fix this. Her attempting to escape into a reality, a different world. A fantasy world, that's the word I'm looking for. As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, almost as though she was about to tear it off. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face while she frantically stood on her tiptoes, trying to soften the pain in that ear. Rosa suddenly grabbed the candy that Maria had been holding. Oh no, how rude! She threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be a proof of a memory, of a brief span of time when her mother had bought something fun for her. God, that sucks. But now, that same mother was grinding it into the ground right in front of her. It was as though a brand had been pushed into Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that could never be erased. What's the deal with this disgusting candy? Disgusting. Disgusting! Slap. Or smack, I don't know. It's because you're like that. It's all because you're like that. Disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting! As she said that, she struck Maria's head over and over again with her palm. She didn't hit Maria's face, because the red swelling would stand out. Evil. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. Come back, Mama. Come back, Mama. Save me, Mama. Defeat the bad witch. She kept bearing Rosa's assault, muttering that over and over. Didn't I tell you to stop talking about witches? Why you? Rosa, tired from hitting her daughter, breathed so hard her shoulders shook. Mary grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would return soon. This is so bad. This is so... I know, it's a story. It's a video game. I'm just reading a thing. It's fiction. But it is so uncomfortable. It is so uncomfortable that this is the thing in this fictional universe. Mama. Come back quickly. Save me, Mama. Beat the bad witch. Fine, just stay there like that forever. Just stand there, mumbling about witches and Halloween forever. After hurling those words at Maria, Rosa left in the direction of the guest house, leaving Maria behind. Maria, forgetting even that it was okay to cry, kept staring down at the jack-o'-lantern candy that had been trampled beyond recognition. Ah, poor smiling jack-o'-lantern face. He didn't deserve that. And hell yeah, I'll anthropomorphize the candy.
Rosa.
Oh, Rosa. Here comes Eva. Oh, Eva. Someone's having a bad moment. Here comes Eva to make it even worse. God. Eva. I mean, did I say Eva? Eva, she's so good at doing this. She knows when people are having a moment. Ugh. Rosa. Where were you? I'm sorry. The roses were so wonderful, I just... Oh, what a terrible lie. Oh, I was just overcome with the beauty of the roses. Oh, man. It shows Eva just, like, staring out the window, watching it all happen. She's... Yeah, exactly. This is she's gonna hit you. She's gonna not physically. She's gonna get you. She's gonna get you.
ローザ、早く荷物を置いてこいよ。
Rosa, set your luggage down quickly and come with us.
兄貴んとこへ挨拶に行こうぜ。
We're gonna go say hi to Aniki.
ん？
Hmm?
マリアちゃんはどうしたんや？
What happened to Maria-chan? Maria slumped, like, limping up the stairs, and then, like, she's just, her face just beaten. What's wrong with Maria? Yeah, I know. Eva's so, oh, God, she's so good, but so bad. What happened to Maria-chan?
まだ花壇におるんかいな。
Is she still by the flower beds?
ええ。
Yes.
気に入ったバラがあるみたいで、世話をするって言って聞かなくて。
It seems she found a rose she likes and insisted that she'd take care of it, refusing to listen.
しばらくは好きにさせることにしました。
I decided to let her do what she wants for a while.
女の子には女の子の世界があったことを、私たちはたまに忘れるわ。
We sometimes forget that girls have their own little world.
時には尊重してあげないとね。
Sometimes we have to respect that, right? Right, Rosa? Right? That's right.
お気遣いをありがとう、キリエ姉さん。
Thanks for your concern, Kairi-san.
ゴーダさん。
Goda-san?
私たちの部屋はどこ？
Where's our room?
ご案内いたします。こちらでございます。
I will guide you. This way.
お荷物をお持ちいたしましょう。
Allow me to hold your luggage.
結構よ。自分で持てます。ありがとう。
I'll be fine. I can carry it myself, thank you. Rosa went into her room, guided by Goda. She then closed the door somewhat violently. Lovely, and threw her luggage on top of the bed. Oh no. Why does this feel like we see Rosa lash out and then we're probably gonna get like some kind of like Rosa tragic backstory thing. This is truly the like the epitome of like that trope of like, oh, everybody sucks, but it's okay because they all live a life that's really hard on them. It's like that thing where it's like, okay, well, are people allowed to have bad moments or bad days or have an ugly side to them if they're in their growing up stages or in their adult ages? Or like, I'm sure at some point we're gonna get Rosa's tragic backstory about why she's a single parent, all these things. It truly makes you feel bad hating someone in this game, in the story. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there is no redemption. She got down on her knees in front of her bed, burying her face in it. For a while, Rosa made it, excuse me, as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing constantly. Yeah, you're right. There's some actions that are probably too bad to come back from. Maria-sama. Are you alright? Cannon appeared from behind a thicket after watching Rosa leave. Oh, she's fine. Look at her. She's fine. I'm fine. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. I agree. But I mostly was just saying, like, this game has almost done that for for a lot of the characters so far. We've seen even Eva had her moment kind of thing. Although hers wasn't, like, much of a well, there was a backstory to it. Maria gave a creepy laugh, but to Cannon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring as best she could. She's a horrible person. I can't believe she's a mother. It can't be helped. You can't expect anything better than that to enter a container of that level. I'm just fine. Cannon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. Just as he was wondering what to do, he met Maria's gaze. No, that wasn't quite right. Maria was looking at the candy Cannon had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as the candy that had been trampled into a pulp. Cannon realized this, but didn't know what he should do. That's right. I'll exchange it for the one I received earlier. Cannon remembered that a similar candy he had received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Cannon thought she was trying to take it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then, Cannon realized. She was saying, "Give it back." No matter how tragic and trampled it was, this candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy, and no other. If only it were intact enough that it could be fixed by dusting it off. Cannon hung his head. Dusting it off is the most I can do. I'm sorry. Cannon held out the miserable-looking candy Maria wanted. She took it and spoke. Thank you. A human can't do anything except dust it off, but a witch could restore it to how it once was. It would be easy for Beatrice. Maria-sama. You know about Beatrice? Sama? Except for Battler, there was no way anyone related to the Ishimiya family could have failed to know Beatrice's name. But just now, Maria had bragged about Beatrice to Battler. She had spoken almost as though she was meeting with Beatrice regularly. Cannon felt a sharp pain inside his left hand, which was curled into a fist. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared to tempt him and Shannon. He'd always tried to think of it as a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it definitely was a real witch. And then, this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god was hit by lightning, disappearing without a trace over the span of a single night. He knew about Shannon breaking that mirror, and he remembered that, as the witch departed, she said she would eventually be revived. And now, this girl who believed absolutely in Beatrice spoke as though she'd met Beatrice herself. Cannon couldn't suppress a vague sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. For a while, Maria remained silent, as though she could see into Cannon's heart, almost as though she was waiting for a memory of Beatrice to be revived. And then, she spoke, as though it was a fact. You know, I'm friends with Beatrice. I'm even gonna meet her today and play. You're going to play? Yeah. Of course we'll play. We're gonna study magic together. Yeah, ha 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 ha. The face of that witch, whom Cannon tried to pretend was a bad dream, began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. Father says he's extremely busy with his research. Unfortunately, seems he'll be unable to come down. Come on.
こちとら秋の大忙しの中、日程をつけて、はるばる六軒島まで来てるんだぜ。
We've put this conference in our schedules and come all the way out to Rokkenjima during this crazy busy fall season.
親父も少しは愛想を良くしてもらいたいもんだぜ。
You think Dad could at least be a bit more sociable?
ほんとよね。
Yeah, seriously.
南條先生。
Dr. Nanjo?
本当に研究や機嫌の問題なの？
Is it really his research and his mood that are the problem?
ベッドから起き上がれないくらいに容体が悪いって言うんじゃないの？
He isn't already bedridden, unable to get up, right?
さて、どうでしょうかな。
Well, I wonder.
私の口からは何とも。
There's not much I can say. Nanjo glanced at Natsui. It seemed he thought it wasn't his place to speak without first getting Natsui's approval.
お父様はますますにご健康でいらっしゃいます。
Father's state of health is better than ever.
寝たきりなどと失礼極まりない。
It'd be exceedingly rude to call him bedridden.
でも余命3ヶ月なんでしょ？
But it only has 3 months left to live, right?
普通に考えれば痩せ衰えてベッドからも起きられないはずよ。
Normally, wouldn't you expect him to be wasted away, unable to get out of bed?
でしょ、南條先生。
Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo?
波の患者ならそうでしょうがな。
For a normal patient, that would probably be the case.
金蔵さんは並外れた気力をお持ちです。
But Kinzo-san has extraordinary willpower.
あの気迫にお迎えも恐れて近寄れないのかもしれませんな。
Perhaps that willpower has frightened even the Reaper away.
それほどまでにお元気なら少なくとも安心ね。
Well, if he's that energetic, then I guess we have little to worry about for the near future, right?
そこまで元気なら、せめて挨拶くらいはさせてほしいもんなんだがな。
Though, if he's got that much spunk, we should at least come to greet us.
親族会議ってのは、親父の顔を見に来たって意味なんだぜ。
Isn't the whole point of this family conference to come and see Dad's face?
これじゃ、何のために来たのかわからねえぜ。
I'm not even sure why we came now.
そう言うな。
Don't say that.
いればいたで、心が休まらないといつもぼやくのだろうが。
If he were here, you'd complain the whole time about being unable to relax.
兄弟一同水入らずで今年も全員欠けることなく集まれたことを喜ぼうじゃないかね。
Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that all of us siblings have gathered this year to spend some time alone?
昨年の親族会議でも会えなかったのよ。
We didn't get to see him at last year's family conference either, right?
血を分けた子供たちが2年ぶりに挨拶したいというのがどうして理解してもらえないのかしら。
Can't you understand why his blood children might want to see him after 2 years?
挨拶の言葉があるのでしたら、私どもがお伝えします。
If there's anything you'd like to say in greeting, I will tell him for you.
それとも、エヴァさん
Or, Eva-san?
何かお父様にお会いして、挨拶以上のお話でもあられるのですか？
Is there something you'd like to discuss with Father beyond merely greeting him? Hmm?
いやね。
何？
何の話よ、もう。
Come on, what are you talking about?
予算か。
I don't know why I just give it a rest, Eva.
夏井さん、カニな。
Momentary brain lapse there. Natsui-san, forgive us.
エヴァも娘としてお父さんの病状が不安なだけなんや。
Eva's just worried about Father's condition, as his daughter.
ちょいと気持ちを汲み取ってな。
Please try and understand how she feels.
その通りだな。
Indeed.
エヴァは親父殿が余命を宣告されてから急に親孝行をするようになったじゃないか。
Look how quickly you've grown to respect Father, now that you know how much longer he has to live.
なるほど。その姿をぜひ見てもらいたいという気持ちもわからなくない。
Yes, I believe I do understand why you want to see him so much. Huh.
何が言いたいのよ。
What are you trying to say? What do you mean by that? Quit it, Neki.
晩飯までには機嫌を直してくれるよう祈ろうじゃねえか。
Why don't we pray that his mood will improve by dinner?
それに俺たちは到着したばかり。
Anyway, we've only just arrived.
まずは軽く挨拶に訪れただけだぜ。
For now, we're only here for a casual greeting.
親族会議は親父抜きだってできる。
And we could even hold the family conference without Dad.
いや、兄弟で意見を統一してからじゃなきゃ話せねえことだっていろいろあるはずだぜ。
In fact, there's a few things we siblings shouldn't bring to him until we formed a unified opinion.
な、秀吉兄さん。
Isn't that right, Hideyoshi-san?
そうや。
Yup.
ルドルフ君の言う通りや。
Just as Rudolph-kun says.
わしらが全員顔を揃えるのは年に一度しかない。
This is the only time of year we can all meet in person.
貴重な時間を大事にし、汚い話し合いをせんといかん。
We gotta take this valuable time seriously and be frank with each other. Even though the tea hadn't yet arrived, they were very determined.
でもその前に本家の素晴らしい調度品に囲まれた客間で
But before that, perhaps we can spare the time to enjoy some black tea at our leisure.
のんびりと紅茶を楽しむゆとりがあってもいいんじゃないかしら。
Surrounded by the wonderful furnishings of the parlor. Kairi just wants to have a good time. I respect Kairi so much. Kairi's words seem to contain a subtle admonition directed at everyone gathered here. They all understood. As they had cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a time. Excuse me. I brought some tea. God, Kairi is the goat. It's just a fucking shame she dies so early comparatively. Hey, Shannon-chan. You just keep getting prettier and prettier. Shannon entered the parlor, pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to relax and enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the room. As far as anyone could see, the strained atmosphere from before Shannon's arrival seemed like a lie. Of course, Shannon, who was sitting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. Kairi seemed to laugh faintly at how adult everyone was suddenly acting. Rudolph didn't like it when Kairi took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. It was his worthless male pride. Worthless male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man who took advice from his wife. Oh, Jesus. She understood that and did her best to refrain from saying any more than was necessary. So, she separated herself from the circle of siblings, who only superficially appeared to be enjoying some time together alone, and casually drank her tea near the window. Oh, Rosa-san. I thought you siblings were enjoying some alone time. You must be joking. Sorry, don't take it the wrong way. I'm just a little exasperated by my husband. Apparently, Rosa hadn't been able to keep up with that on-the-surface friendliness. They'd come here to fight bloodily and dirtily. Bloodily? Each trying to grab a part of the inheritance for themselves. She probably didn't like suddenly pretending that they were all chummy. Or maybe she was still too immature for that. It looks like the wind started blowing hard out there. The plants are all shaking so much. The typhoon's probably gotten pretty close already. It's too fucking late. They're not going to be able to leave now. They're doomed to repeat the same things. I wonder if we'll see a lot of rain tonight. Maria-chan really has grown a lot this past year. Does it look that way? She can't even fold her own clothing yet. No, it's true. It's because she has such an affectionate mother. She has an affectionate mother who definitely doesn't beat her own child. Isn't that right, Rosa? Isn't that right? She'll grow into a girl with a rich heart. See, I think Kairi knows. I think Kairi knows. I think she's like trying to like. Yeah, I think it's the latter there. I think she's kind of like. I think she's pretty dang aware of the situation. I think Kairi knows. I mean, at the top of the stairs or whatever, it seemed like that was sort of almost the case too. I think with what she was saying, maybe. And I kind of feel like she was like, does she know? Does she know, meme? I think she's trying to call out, basically, Rosa without directly calling her out. Rosa fell silent. Maybe she was unsure as to what Kairi meant by that. I'm a failure as a mother. Children don't get to choose their parents. That poor girl. Doesn't that go both ways? A parent can't choose what kind of child they have either. Oh, damn, hitting her directly to her life points. Rosa bit her lower lip. This isn't a matter of assigning blame. Isn't it enough that you take your time and watch over her as she grows, conscious of the fact that you'll be living together? You spend every day with Maria-chan, so you probably don't notice the small changes. But the rest of us, excuse me, who haven't seen her for a year, can see clearly how much she's grown. If you really mean that, thank you very much. Then, if you'll excuse me, if there's anything you desire, please call for it at any time. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. As Hideyoshi and Rudolph, who had a soft spot for women, watched her go... Gross old men. The atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon's visit. If Father can't come down, well, that does still leave us with certain things we can discuss. Right, Rudolph? I too have a soft spot for women. Sayo slash Shannon, honestly, George may be the love of your life. Run far away from this family. Don't look back. Just, honestly, just leave. Just leave. Yep, that's right. We didn't come all the way out here just to drink some dusty tea, right? Very well. What does this matter that you're clearly so eager to discuss? My. Those people really are determined. They certainly got started quick. I need to join in too. If I don't assert myself, those people will quickly forget that there are 4 siblings. Sounds like you've got it pretty tough yourself. Maybe I spoke too harshly. Forgive me. No, I don't mind. I'm the one who should be apologizing. As a pair of... Rosa got me. As a pair of mothers with daughters, we should talk more often.
いつも会えば変な話ばかりで。
Every single time we meet, we end up talking about something shady.
この屋敷の空気のせいよ。
You can blame the atmosphere in this mansion for that.
ここの空気を嗅ぐと、いつも私たちはギスギスし合ってるもの。
Once you breathe in this air, everyone gets so strained.
ローザさんとは親族会議じゃない席で、一度ゆっくりお茶でも飲みたいわ。
Just once, I'd like to have a nice long cup of tea with you when we aren't attending a family conference.
銀座に行きつけの素敵な喫茶店があるの。
There's a wonderful coffee shop in Ginza that's a favorite of mine.
ぜひ今度招待させて。
Please let me invite you sometime soon.
ありがとう、キリエさん。
Thank you, Carrie-san.
その時はぜひ。
That sounds great. Yeah, when we make it off this island, am I right? Oh no!
急に空が暗くなってきたわ。
I know, God, Kyrie. I mean, honestly, compared to all the other characters in this, the bar is pretty fucking low. But damn, she just clears it so high. She's just so good. She doesn't, this family doesn't deserve her presence. This family doesn't deserve Kyrie. Oh no, the sky's gotten dark pretty fast.
まるでこの部屋の人たちが天気を悪くしてるみたい。
I could almost believe the people in this room made the weather worse. Also, I think I've probably said this before. Fashion icon. Honestly, love her outfit. She's just honestly a boss all around. She rocks the short silver hair. She's got random like accessory belts on her arm. With a suit and tie look. Oh, it's so good. I can almost believe the people in this room made the weather worse. Okay.
もうゴロゴロ鳴ってるわ。
There's already thunder.
あら、
Oh?
ぽつりと来たかしら。
Was that one there? Huh? There really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. The weather seemed to have worsened faster than expected. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rosa's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was out in the rose garden. A normal girl would try to... A normal girl, just like came out, would try to go inside if the weather got bad. But Maria was different. She would sometimes get stubborn and refuse to move if rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right, I told that child to just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? Oh no! Maria! Everyone looked back at Rosa when she let out a small scream.
なんだ、どうしたんだね。
What? What is it?
ごめんなさい。ちょっと表に行ってきます。
I'm sorry. I'm going outside for a second.
すぐ戻ります。
I'll be right back.
なんだなんだ。どうしたってんだ、あいつ。
What the? Seriously, what's going on with her?
いいじゃない。すぐ戻るわよ。
Oh,
それより
I
始め
skipped
た
it.
ら。
I skipped it on accident. I hit the button on accident. Don't worry, she'll be back soon. More importantly, shouldn't we begin?
私たちの本題。
Our main topic?
そうね。
That's right.
ローザ抜きでも進められる話よ。
We can keep talking about that without Rosa.
話を戻しましょう。
Let's return to our discussion. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a light breeze, and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she'd thought. Just as Kyrie had said, the wind was mixed in with small droplets of rain. There was also a low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told to come to the mansion around lunchtime, so they were probably in the guest house, waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come to them, they would surely think I took her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. After all, she had been with her mother, so there should have been no reason to worry. I was here, and I abandoned my daughter to the worsening weather. Maria! Are you there? If you're there, answer me. It's the Maria, cry. I hear it. I was right. She was still standing stock still, exactly the same as way she had been, in the place where I'd scolded her. Held in her hand was the candy that I'd bought. I keep saying that, brought instead of bought. Given her, and then stepped on and crushed. With that gripped in her hand, she stood there as the powerful winds whipped her hair about, tormenting her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Maria. Forgive Mama. Oh, she's the fucking worst. I was gonna say more, but man, I should stress this, not my own mother, but I am familiar with someone in my history. I'm familiar with a mother who treated her daughter like shit and then would do stuff like this and be like, I'm so sorry, I'll never do something like that again. Terrible. Terrible. Forgive Mama. Okay.
Mama,
Mama, welcome back.
Maria, Mamaが帰ってくるのずっと待ってた。
I waited a long time for you to come back.
怖い魔女につねられたけど、我慢してママが帰ってくるの泣かずに待ってた。
The scary witch pinched me, but I stayed strong, waiting for Mama to come back without crying. Maria. Forgive your mama. Forgive your mama. Maria, no, don't let her off the hook like this. You didn't do anything wrong. You're just possessed by a bad witch again. So I'm fine. I really like you, Mama. I love you. Maria letting Rose off way too easy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive your mama. For losing to the bad witch. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. And once again, those tears dripped down, after who knows how many times. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them, all of their cares would have evaporated, and it might have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. Sadly, there were only fierce winds with occasional thunder. The sound of Maria sniffling threw Rosa to her senses. The sound of Maria sniffling brought Rosa to her senses. If Maria stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold. Okay. Maria. It's almost time for lunch. Why don't you come back to the mansion with me? Won't go. Why not? Rosa thought she'd already received Maria's forgiveness, so she hadn't imagined Maria would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. So Rosa couldn't understand why Maria wanted to stand still, pointlessly, as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question. It's Beatrice. She'll be here really soon. So I'm waiting. Oh no, Rosa's gonna turn again. Maria. Rosa struggled to find words for a moment, then fell silent. They'd only just managed to make up after all. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Beatrice is... coming? Really? Then instead of waiting here, why don't we wait in the mansion? If you stand in this wind too long, you'll catch a cold. She'll come. Beatrice will come. And when she does, I'll give her candy. I'll do trick or treat. I'll give her a jack-o'-lantern marshmallow candy and say, Happy Halloween! Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag, moaning, Rosa was bewildered and didn't know what to do as Maria started being difficult again. At that time, there was a sudden blast of thunder. It was probably a sign. A sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. So, after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply. What is this line? What? What? A sign that this island had been sealed off by the storm, detached from common sense and reality. Okay, sure. And then, so after this moment, all common sense would probably cease to apply? Huh? Why is this line so very funny to me? The wind blew even stronger, and amidst that blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. Ah, the common sense, it's leaving us. Oh god. Oh no! Where's the common sense? It was probably, no, definitely fantastical. After all, that shadow of a person was... Whoa! Wait, what? Beatrice! Me when the common sense starts to leave my reality. Ah. What is happening? Maria dashed over to the shadow. What the hell? What? Normally Rose would scold her daughter if she dashed over to someone whom she hadn't seen before and didn't know. When common sense fails, you have to slay. I guess that's a true fact. But Rosa forgot to do that, was unable to do anything but stand there, stunned. Ah, Rosa's really gonna get her comeuppance. It's been quite some time. Have you been well? Wait, is this just... Let me... get a photo, yeah. Is she just in this out? No, she's not. This is different. There's not the purple. Okay, I wanted to make sure. I needed to make sure this wasn't just like Beatrice head stuck on Jessica body. I've been well. Witches don't catch colds.
魔女は呪いにて風邪をひかせはするが、自らがひいてはなんとも間抜けな話よ。
Indeed, a witch can cause curses to make people catch colds, but how foolish would it be if she caught one herself?
せいぜい自らが風邪をひくことなどないよ。これからも精進するがいい。
From now on, you should take care not to catch something like a cold yourself. She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called it out in the beginning when the woman appeared. So, even though Rosa had never met her, even though the woman still hadn't introduced herself, Rosa was able to know her name. However, the name held a special meaning on Rokujima and in the Ishiromiya family. There's no way something that stupid could be... Beatrice. Happy Halloween! Look at what we brought. I'll give you one too, Beatrice.
Happy Halloween.
Indeed. Happy Halloween. Oh, is this for me?
天国にも地獄にも行けず、煉獄の闇にてさまよう男の唯一の明かりも、こうして歌手となれば実に可愛らしいことよ。
How truly adorable that a candy would be made out of this. The lonely light of a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell. Wait, the lonely light, okay.
人の世とも、人ならざる者との世とも切り離された今のこの島で。
Right now, on this island has been cut off both from the world of humans and the world of non-humans.
これほどふさわしい歌詞はないかもしれぬな。
There may be no more suitable sweet. Cackle, cackle. Hmm?
マリア、それはどうしたのか。
Maria, what's wrong with that one? The witch noticed the sweet Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy which had been stomped on by Rosa until it reached this pitiful state. Oh no, is she gonna give like Maria revenge at Rosa for stomping on the sweet? Got stepped on and smashed. Can you fix it, Beato? 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 Maria didn't go so far as to say that it was her mother who'd stepped on it. However, for some reason, when the witch saw that candy, she looked at Rosa and grinned. Beato. 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 A chill went down Rosa's spine, as though this gaze was staring straight through her. It shall be easy. Give it to me. Maria held the candy out gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch, stunned. How did this person plan to trick Maria, somehow undoing the fact that the candy had been pitifully trampled? Maria looked as though she believed it could be fixed, good as new. Without real magic, there was no way such a thing could be possible. My, it is quite crushed, isn't it? Come, Maria. Close your eyes and try to remember. Because it really was that wonderful a candy. The candy of your memories is always full and fluffy. So you try to remember as well. What kind of candy was it really? Musical note. Along with those strange words spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria was closing her eyes and remembering, just as the witch had told her to. What shape had that crushed candy really had? Therefore, only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet that had been thrown into the air burst into a gold color. No, that wasn't it. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies, and they began to gather at the witch's hand, which was held up to the sky. And as she did this, unbelievably, it returned to its beautiful original form, no different from when it had been bought. Only Rosa and the witch witnessed that scene. Oh no. Rosa's quickly gonna get replaced in the mother category. And Maria's not gonna care at all. My new mom! Beatrice! Unable to comprehend what was occurring right before her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth hanging open, completely forgetting to shut it. You may now open your eyes.
受け取るがよい。
Take it.
これでそなたの歌詞も元通りだ。
With this, your suite has returned to normal.
ベアトリーチェはいつもすごいすごい。
Beatrice is always incredible, incredible! Giggle. There was a stark contrast between Rosa's shock and Maria's innocent joy. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile floated to Beatrice's face, one different from the smile she'd shown Maria.
わらわの顔が
Does my
何かに似ているというのか
Does my face seem familiar?
そうまじまじと見られては穴も開こうぞ。
If you stare so fixedly, you might burn a hole through it.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry. Those words triggered something very clearly in Rosa's mind. Rosa knew this face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But, no, wait. Could this mystery woman really be?
マリア
Maria?
この歌詞の代わりにそなたにはこれを与えよう。
I give you this in exchange for the sweet you gave me.
手紙？
A letter? The witch pulled a western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her.
ならぬ。
You must not.
それを開けるときはすぐに訪れるの。それまで決して開けてはならぬ。
The time will soon come for you to open it, but until then, you absolutely must not.
大事に持っているがよい。
Take good care of it.
そなたを黄金鏡へ誘う招待状となろう。
That will be your invitation to the Golden Land.
黄金鏡？
So is this... God, this is really tough because, as I've pointed out many times, on the stream, in this series, everywhere, basically every opportunity I get, I have the worst memory. Is this telling the same story as the first episode, just from the different perspectives, so we're able to actually see the moment Maria has gotten the envelope? And if that was the case, in that first episode, did Rosa see Maria get the envelope? But I didn't think so, because wasn't Rosa amongst the group of people like, no, really, Maria, where'd you get that envelope? And then Maria's like, oh, Beatrice gave it to me. And then I don't think Rosa ever was like, yeah, I saw Beatrice. So either the situation has changed slightly, or we're missing some key information. Or I'm misremembering that Rosa did, in fact, or didn't have an opportunity to say that she maybe witnessed Maria get the envelope, but I'm pretty sure I remember Rosa being amongst the group being like, no, Maria, stop fucking lying. Who actually gave you the envelope? So maybe the situation's just changed a bit. The Golden Land! So you'll finally take me there. Giggle. Giggle.
大事にしまっておくのだぞ。
Take it and treat it with care.
誰にも見せてはならぬ。
You must not show it to anyone. I'll keep that promise.
魔女との約束は絶対に守る。
You've always got to keep promises with witches.
そして、
And this is for
こ
you.
れはそなた
Oh,
へだ。
cut her off. Huh? Huh?
私。
Me? She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her, too. Rosa was bewildered by the second Western envelope, which was thrust before her. She'd seen this type of envelope before. There could be no mistake. It was one of Kinzo's special envelopes, used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Ishiromiya family crest. It was sealed with red sealing wax. And furthermore, had a mark that seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, even without asking what was inside this letter, Rosa knew that this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough to be placed in charge of a personal letter of the current Ishiromiya head.
4兄弟の誰でもよかった。
It could have been any of the 4 siblings.
だが、ここでそなたと出会ったということは、金蔵のルーレットがそなたを選んだということなのだろう。
However, the fact that I've met you here probably means that you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette.
ならば受け取るがよい。
So take it.
そしてその中身を全兄弟の揃う晩餐の席上で読み上げよ。
Then read its contents aloud while seated at the dinner table when all the siblings are gathered. Okay, I'm revising what I had said like 3 minutes ago. The roulette idea. If we have this idea of the roulette, although in my head, like the roulette is a cooler like symbol, but to me it seems more like one of those like bingo ball like shaking rattling things. If we're envisioning that we've reset the timeline, as we saw like with Beatrice and Battler talking and being like, oh, we've reset the board, whatever. Maybe it's like almost like a Mad Libs type situation where the story is gonna go down a certain path, but then there's gonna be like certain choices that like get Mad Libsed. Like, so like here she's like, oh, the roulette has chosen you to be the one who's gonna get this letter that you're gonna read when everyone's gathered, kind of thing. And she'd mentioned like, oh, you know, it could have been any of the siblings, but this time it's your chance, kind of thing. So maybe like at each reset, some things are destined to stay the same, and then there's like little moments that can change. So obviously I don't exactly know, but like, let's say the epitaph thing starts happening. It could be that anyone dies during those sections. Maybe it's not going to be the same order or the same grouping of people. It could be like anyone dies in the large grouping, and then anyone dies. Does that make sense? Am I speaking correctly? So we might not see it all happen the same way. The little hamster in my brain wheel is running. What did you say? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope that had been handed to her. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion would be the inheritance problem. So, she had joined together with Eva and Rudolph. They planned to force a certain condition on Kraus, to try and extort several 100 million yen in cash out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all of that. What does she intend to announce when all of us siblings are gathered? And with a personal envelope that no one but the Ishimiya head can use.
Maria?
Maria?
天気が崩れるぞ。
The weather is getting worse.
ゲストハウスへ戻り、昼を待つがよい。
Return to the guest house and wait for lunchtime.
それではローザ、後ほど会おう。
And Rosa, we'll meet again later.
その席で改めて名乗らせてもらおうぞ。
Allow me to introduce myself again at that time. The witch turned her back to her, laughing. Then she began to head towards the mansion with an air of composure. Maria energetically called out and watched her go, then began to dash towards the guest house, leaving Rosa behind. As though she wanted to inform the other cousins of her fortunate meeting with the witch as soon as she could. At last, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger, unable to do anything but pray that what had happened was just a daydream. When the witch reached the entrance hall, Genji could be seen there. Genji welcomed the guest approaching from the entrance hall with a respectful bow. I have been waiting. Beatrice-sama. Wait, was that a sound effect? Did something get updated? Ah! Oh! Look at her go! Look at her. Look at her. The mysterious visitor and 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference. She goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who gave the gold to Kinzo. Her reasons for visiting are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one has been allowed to use in the past. God. I know. I mean, I might just be down bad. She's got like a walking cane thing. Damn, Beatrice. School outfit, walking cane, thigh-high socks. Amazing. Also, now there's just one lonely, empty box. That's upsetting. This box upsets me. Or lack thereof a box. It's a pimp cane. I mean, basically. I mean, it's great. I wonder why she's in this outfit. I don't know if we're gonna get an explanation for that, but honestly, it's fine. It's you know what? I like the change up. It's all good. All right. Genji says he's been waiting.
久しぶりだな、Genji.
If I had all the power in the world, would I not want to slay? That's a good point. That's honestly a good point. This isn't me also shitting on the very Victorian looking whatever type of dress you would call that thing. That was a fine thing. I'm just curious as to why we're in this outfit now. Like, what's the... Is it just an excuse to have her in a different outfit? It's been quite some time, Genji. Huh. You've gotten old.
どれほどに老いようとも家具は家具らしく最後までお務めを果たすのみでございます。
Man, he's such a slow speaker. No matter how old it becomes, furniture carries out its work like furniture until the end.
あれの妻がお前に嫉妬したことも懐かしい。
I remember how that man's wife used to be jealous of you.
金蔵は元気か?
Is Kinzo doing well?
大変お元気にございます。
He is doing extremely well. The witch probably laughed because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had announced that Kinzo didn't have long to live. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo and noticed his vigor, which wasn't at all what you'd expect from someone nearing the end of his life, they might easily call that doing extremely well. Maybe that's what the witch was laughing at.
挨拶に行こうではないか。
Then let us go and greet him.
30年ぶりに互いに呪いの言葉を吐き合うもよかろう。
I look forward to hurling curses at each other after 30 years. As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. Genji followed her in the manner of one who served her. Honestly, there was a moment 2 or 3 episodes ago whenever I had the inkling that we were essentially gonna like go back and retread like the timeline, basically like re-go over it. I didn't have faith in the game, and I was kind of afraid that we were going to have to like really re-experience like the same moments over and over again, or just over again. And I would have to like read the same stuff again. And I'm very glad that it seems as if we're just getting like same timeline but different perspectives or different experiences, because man, I'd be pissed if I had to read the fucking them fighting over the inheritance thing again and be like, oh, okay, right, here we go again. I say all this and then watch it like that be the case, and like in 2 hours from now it's gonna be them fighting over the inheritance or whatever. At that time, Kyrie came out of the parlor. And I'm not saying the inheritance arguing was bad. I'm just saying if I had to read all that a second time, I'd be pissed. She'd probably gone out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji following the witch, she was surprised, although her expressions did not change. Oh, we got the bongos. A guest for Kinzo had arrived, despite him being almost dead, on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was familiar enough with the Shiromiya family household that Genji was following behind her. Kairi immediately realized that this person she had never met before was deeply important. Kairi and the witch's eyes met. Realizing that it would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. They're all just okay with Beatrice. It's a pleasure to meet you. You were Rudolph's second wife, yes? Correct. This is Kairi. Oh. This is Kairi-sama, Rudolph-sama's current wife. From this exchange, Kairi realized that this was a guest of fairly high rank, even amidst the Shiromiya family. And the fact that this was a guest on that level, coupled with her resemblance to the portrait in the entrance hall, made Kairi's eyes instantly open wide. What? Why? What is it? That is so stupid. I'm dead. What was that? Pleased to meet you. Sorry for my outburst. So caught off guard. I'm Kairi. I wonder if this is our first meeting. If we have met before, I apologize for forgetting your name. It's basically the equivalent of like really like feeling your new like outfit that you bought, taking a decent-ish like self photo, and then changing your like your profile pic on any kind of like social media, I guess. She was like, this fucking painting, this won't do anymore. I've updated my look. And then she just did witch magic to update the painting or whatever. Definitely won't delete later. So you intend to force me to state my name, even though you already have a vague idea of the answer? Kairi thought she'd given a sociable and humble greeting. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. At any rate, this doesn't seem to be a person she could grow to like. She's already made up her mind. She hates this person. But if Kairi's guesses were correct, this witch probably held a vital key to what her own husband was most interested in. Something that couldn't help but influence tonight's family conference. So without shooting back a retort, Kairi silently watched her go up the stairs to the second floor, with Genji following behind. What? Oh, so when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsui.
Kirie-san?
Oh, the painting. Kairi-san? Why are you standing still in a place like this? Are you not feeling well? I'm sorry. I was just fascinated by the portrait of the witch for a bit. Oh, you mean the golden witch, Beatrice. The one whose gold was supposedly necessary for the revived Shiromiya family we see today. Quite a fantastical story. Just what one might expect from father. So he spoke in a perfectly ordinary way. It was the sort of comment you'd expect from someone convinced that the thought of a witch existing was ridiculous, no more than another of Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that point of view didn't seem quite right to Kairi now. Just a moment ago, she herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsui's words made it feel as though someone was trying to deny the existence of that person, or else make it seem like she was never there to begin with.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
少し頭痛がする気がして。
Maybe I'm getting a bit of a headache.
ちょっと休もうと思います。
I think I'll rest for a little while.
あら、そうですか?
Oh, is that so?
なら、良い頭痛薬がありますよ。
Then I have some good headache medicine. Kinship with bad heads.
用意させましょう。
I'll get it for you. Take it. Take that medicine. This game isn't going to convince me that Kairi is imagining that, right? The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with a scent of sweet poison, peculiar to that green liquor. Genji, who was completely used to it, did not grimace, and the Golden Witch didn't grimace either.
この中からどれほど出ぬのか。
How long has he been in there since last he left?
すでに数年になるかと思う。
I believe it has already been several years.
それほどまでにわらわをカゴの鳥としたいか。
Even if I had a full wait staff and like food being brought to me, I don't know if I, like, sanity-wise, could stay in one room for any multiple of years. That is insane. Is he that desperate to turn me into a bird in a cage? How pitiful.
それを願うそなたが今やカゴの鳥。
By now, you're the bird in a cage.
書斎の亡霊ではないか。
You're the ghost of the study, are you not?
それに気づけぬとは哀れな男よ。
How pitiful that he is. How pitiful that he is unable to recognize even that.
あなた様と再びお会いする日までは、おそらく文字通り亡霊となっても研究を続けられるでしょう。
Until he meets you again, he will probably continue his research, even after literally becoming a ghost.
愛か狂気か妄執か。
Is it love or madness or delusion?
それも講じれば魔力となるか。
And yet, perhaps even those can form magical power when strong enough.
悲しき魔術師よ。
You sad magician. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. And when she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama.
なんだこれは。
What is this?
魔除けか。
A ward against magic?
あやつめ。こんなものに頼らなければ、おのがみも保てぬというのか。
Is that person unable to get by without relying on something like this?
その扉は、ベアトリーチェ様にはおつらいものと伺っております。
I have heard that this door would cause you great pain, Beatrice-sama.
私がお開けいたしましょうか。
Shall I open it?
いや、よい。
No, it is fine.
あやつが勝てば、わらわは永遠のカゴの鳥。
If he wins, I will be a bird in a cage for all eternity.
あやつが負ければ、愛に狂い、すべてを失った哀れな魔術師の生涯が、笑い草となって残るだけ。
If he loses, only the life of a laughingstock will be left. Life of a pitiful magician who went mad with love and lost everything.
もはや金蔵もわらわさえも、ゲーム盤に並べられた駒に過ぎぬ。
Already, Kinzo and even I are nothing more than pieces laid out on the game board.
あとは、ルーレットの目が勝敗を分けるだけよ。
All that is left is for the roulette to decide who wins and who loses.
ルーレットが目を見せるまで、わらわと金蔵が再会する必要はない。
Until the roulette shows its results, there was no need for me and Kinzo to meet again. The witch looked at her hand, which was beginning to heal bit by bit, even though it had been horribly burned.
あるいはそのための魔除けなのか。
Or perhaps that is why he has this ward here in the first place. Huh.
なるほど。それもまた潔し。
Yes, perhaps even that is honorable in its own way.
すべては今や金蔵のゲーム版の上よ。
By now, everything sits on top of Kinzo's game board.
気に入ったぞ、金蔵。
I like it, Kinzo.
そなたとのゲーム楽しませてもらうぞ。
Allow me to enjoy my game with you.
わらわに恋焦がれ、すべての生涯を投げ出したローマ術師の最後のギャンブル。その散りざまを楽しませてもらうぞ。
Allow me to enjoy the failure of the final gamble. The old magician who fell in love with me and threw away his entire life. Shatter. One o'clock. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna replenish some water. And also go to the restroom real quick. So I'm gonna throw up a BRB real quick here. Once I make sure that we're not like loading into some weird scene. Okay. What BRB screen do we want? I know just the right one. Alright. I'll be right back. Give me like a few minutes here. I've returned. The water bottle has been replenished. I do love how we just have the rain audio from the game and then the fucking elves or whatever doing their merry thing together. Alright. Let's continue. Someone says, who is it? Ah, excuse me. I've brought lunch. Enter. Wait, so she just gets to chill in a room? Like she's just there? Excuse me. I want to go into Beatrice's secret room with her. After receiving approval, Kenan entered the VIP room, pushing the serving cart that carried lunch. Also, I want to know what this VIP room has. I want to know the state of this VIP room. The servants called this room the Witch's VIP room. That was because Kinzo strictly ordered that it always be kept clean so that it could be used at any time. Even so, guests would not be allowed into this room no matter who they were. That's why, at some point, the servants started calling it the VIP room, which was supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo waited for. The witch from that portrait. And today, Ken realized that this was absolutely true. Damn, it's not as special as I was hoping. It's about what you would expect probably from the rest of the mansion. When he entered the room, the blonde-haired witch was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain was no longer falling weakly. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over several days for today's sake. Did I read that correctly? As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had been tended to over several days. Okay. As she saw the winds and rain ravage it, was she struck by some sentimental feelings? Kenan was not able to tell anything more from her back, which faced him. I will prepare the meal. Beatrice-sama. Kenan went out of his way to call out the witch's name, hoping that she'd turn around. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if the witch who tempted him and Shannon in the past had really appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called laughed, her back still facing him. Holding back her voice, she laughed. Kenan was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called out to her, hoping to make her turn around. Smells good. It appears Kraus hired a great, good cook. Yes. He is called Goda and was employed here recently. There's nothing better than being skilled at cooking. Delicious food completes the 3 pillars of pleasure for living in the human world. It is the secret to preventing boredom after 1,000 years. Kenan and the witch's eyes met. Then she grinned. Without a doubt. Certainly. This was clearly the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that no one but he and Shannon could see in the past finally held a form, and arrived openly as a guest through the entrance hall. Beatrice. Sama. It has been a long time. Cannon, the furniture. Oh, it has been quite some time. Kenan tried to remember to be polite to this guest for the time being. Le fun. But the visit of the suspicious witch made dark clouds start to enshroud his heart, especially considering that today was a family conference.
何をしに現れたのかと気が気でならぬと見える。
You appear to be uneasy about what I plan to do now that I have appeared.
そうであろう。
Am I right? Ken didn't force an answer. This witch probably reads minds, so it's pointless to go to the trouble of saying it out loud. Of course, she could read even his inner resistance. So the witch giggled at Cannon's childish defiance.
金蔵との最後の約束を果たしに来た。
I came to fulfill my final promise with Kinzo.
親方様との最後の約束。
Your final promise with the master?
わらわは金蔵に山をなす黄金を貸し付けた。
I lent Kinzo an amount of gold.
それを金蔵が放棄するとき、わらわは利子をつけて返却を受けることになっておる。
When Kinzo gives that up, it'll be returned to me with interest.
今宵、それをもらい受けに来た。
I came to accept that interest tonight.
僕には何の話かわかりません。
I don't know what you're talking about. However, uncertainty began to gather in his heart. Whatever this witch had to say, it couldn't be anything good.
違いない。
There's no mistake.
魔女の話にろくなものはないぞ。
Whenever witches have something to say, it's never anything good.
そなたは正しい。
You are correct.
されど、魔女とハサミは使いようだ。
However, like scissors, the potential of witches depends entirely on how they are used.
ソロモン王のように偉業を成し遂げる者も時にはおる。
Sometimes there are those like King Solomon who succeed in great exploits.
最も多くの場合は、童話が語るように、ろくな目には合わんがな。
However, most who make use of us end up meeting a cruel fate, just like in fairy tales.
しかし、金蔵も食えぬ。
But Kinzo is crafty.
わらわの利子の取り立てすらも自らの儀式に取り込みおった。
He has incorporated even my collection of the interest into his ceremony.
わらわをも超えるとてつもない大魔術師か。
Is he an absurdly powerful magician who can surpass even me?
さもなければ狂気に取りつかれたただの知れ者か。
Or else a mere fool possessed by madness.
面白い。
Amusing.
実に面白い。
Truly amusing. Kennen couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was that anything that made this witch laugh must have the exact opposite meaning for everyone else. And in the back of his mind, the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past began to resurface. What? Did you think I'd lend you my power and ask for nothing in exchange? I'll gladly assist a pair in love, and in exchange I'll enjoy watching the cruel fate they'll eventually meet. I've never come across a better show, not over the course of 1,000 years. Oh!
まさか、お前は。
Could it be that you? Cackle, 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 cackle.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown.
黄金鏡を目指す者よ。これを下りて鍵を探せ。
You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing.
それはまさか魔女の碑文。
Could it be the witch's epitaph? There was no mistake. It was the epitaph that had accompanied the portrait of the witch Kinzo had put on display. The relatives had guessed that it referred to the location of the hidden gold, but no one knew what it meant for sure. The witch suddenly began reciting that epitaph. Epitaph.
Canon.
Canon.
家具である貴様なら金蔵から聞いていよう。
Since you are furniture, I imagine you've heard about it from Kinzo.
すべてを黄金鏡へ返す日がやってきたのだ。
The day when everything will be returned to the Golden Land has come.
喜ぶがいい。
Rejoice.
お前の恥辱にまみれた家具の日々がようやく終わる時がやってきたのだ。
The day when you will be freed from the shame of living as furniture has finally arrived.
お前はそれをずっと望んできたはず。
I believe you wanted that for a long time.
自らに存在価値を持たぬ家具にとって、ただ存在するだけの日々は苦痛に他ならない。
To furniture, which finds no value in its own existence, merely existing day to day must be nothing but agony.
魂ある者にとって写しよは固執すべきものだが、亡き者にとって写しよは苦害でしかないからの。
To those with souls, this world is worth clinging to, but those without souls find this world to be full of nothing but suffering. Cackle, cackle. Complicated expressions flitted across Canon's face. This was the day of release that Canon had been looking forward to. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and for some reason he didn't like the hateful tone used by this witch as she informed him of the coming of his long-awaited day of rest. Canon couldn't even decide what emotion he should be feeling.
なぜに喜ばぬ?
Why do you not rejoice?
それとも写しよに何かの未練があるというのか?
Could you actually have some regrets left in the real world?
家具の分際で。
As mere furniture?
未練など
I have no
ない。
regrets.
僕は
Because I am
家具だから。
furniture. Hee-ho, 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 hee-ho.
貴様は実に模範的な家具だな。
You truly are a model specimen of furniture.
よいよい。
How nice, how nice.
しかし、何の未練もないとはつくづく面白みのない。
However, it won't be any fun if you have no regrets at all.
未練こそがお前の快楽だというのか。
Are you saying regrets are how you find pleasure?
その通り。
That is correct.
1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽きる。
Most witches who live for 1,000 years gets tired of life.
わらわは退屈から逃れるために人間たちの運命にブランデーや果実を練り込みケーキのように焼き上げるのだ。
In order to escape boredom, I adorn people's fates with fruit and brandy and cook them like cakes.
オーブンの中で苛烈な運命に踊る人間たちのなんと面白きこと。
I find humans dancing through oppressive fates inside an oven to be so very entertaining.
わらわはこの方面にかけてはちと知られていてな。
You see, I'm actually a tad famous in this regard.
わらわの料理の腕を見に、時には遠方から珍客が見物に来ることすらあるくらいよ。
So much so that rare guests come from far away to see my skill at cooking. Hold up. Let her
でも
cook.
家具ごときには理解できぬか。
Perhaps this is something that mere furniture cannot understand. Canon couldn't understand what the witch was saying. However, he fully realized that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show, enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. We think alike. We're thinking alike here. Enjoying it whenever some harm befell them. However, furniture has no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture does nothing but serve until the day they're released from the real world. To furniture like that, the witch, who had come to release them from everything, was a being to be received with overflowing affection. Even though the day Canon should have been waiting impatiently for it to come, he was confused by his own inability to accept it easily. Why was it? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Yeah, for some reason. Shut up, Cannon. Don't say for some reason. Cannon bit his lower lip hard enough that it hurt. Thinking about Jessica like that was something furniture must never do. Even though he thought he'd known that, even though he'd complained about Shannon's relationship, why was it that Jessica rose into his mind at a time like this? He felt a little shameful at his own naivety. And to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. She has no reason not to rejoice at the coming of the day when all will return to nothingness. But Shannon, through a relationship with George, has experienced an emotion forbidden to furniture. Even though she isn't qualified to be bonded with him, she's still trapped in a dream that she isn't allowed to have. Cannon, get your shit together. Shannon's over here fucking trying her best to escape the destiny that fate has given her. And Cannon's over here like, oh, pity me, pity party, oh, this is Will Shannon be able to joyfully accept this development? No, she won't. Shannon still has lingering regrets. Those will probably become a great source of pain and torture for her. And those lingering regrets were planted by none other than this witch. Why? Because that would be more interesting, nothing more.
Shannon は待ちわびていたはずの日に知ってはならない感情を持ち
This day, that Shannon should have been waiting impatiently for, will probably be a harsh burden for her.
とても辛い思いを強いられるだろう
Giving her emotions that she must never experience.
僕たち家具を解放する日を手土産に訪れてくれたあなたに感謝する
I thank you for granting me, as furniture, the day of our release.
そして
The space is just very funny to me. And I hate you for making this day so difficult for Shannon to accept.
お前もシャノン同様に未練に苦しませてやりたかったぞ
I wanted to make you suffer from your regrets as well, just like Shannon.
しかしお前は愚直に家具であり続けわらわに籠絡されることもなかった
However, you continue to live like furniture with foolish honesty, never getting ensnared by me.
しかしシャノンを慕いすぎたようだな
And yet, it seems you love Shannon a little too dearly, right?
シャノンの未練がそなたの未練となる
Shannon's regrets are now your regrets.
それはわらわへの憎悪へと変わるのか
Will those feelings transform into hatred for me?
わらわを殺したくば殺してみるがよい
If you wish to kill me, give it a try. Cackle, cackle, cackle,
金蔵
cackle.
の家具ならばその程度の力は持っている
As Kinzo's furniture, you should have at least that much power, right?
しかしわらわを殺せば家具どもに安息の日は永遠に訪れぬぞ
However, if you kill me, then the day of rest for furniture will not come for all eternity.
そなたにそれが耐えられるのか
Could you bear to live with that?
わらわによる解放を本当に拒むことができるのか
Are you truly capable of resisting when I try to release you?
ひざまずけ
Kneel!
何を
What?
ひざまずきわらわの靴に口づけをするがよい
Kneel and kiss my shoes.
さもなくばわらわはこの場を立ち去ろうぞ
Otherwise, I will leave this place.
帰りて永遠に姿を現さぬ
I'll go back and never show myself again for all eternity.
No, 可能
So, Cannon,
そなたはそれに耐えられるのか
do you think you could bear to live like that?
黄金鏡の扉が開かれれば、そなたの苦難に満ちた家具の生は終わろう。
If the door to the Golden Land is opened, your hard life as furniture will end.
望むならば、人間としての生を与えてもよい。
If you desire, I can even give you life as a human.
さすれば、もはやジェシカとは対等。
After that, you'll be on the same level as Jessica.
貴様も知りたいはずだ。恋の味が。
Surely you want to experience the taste of love.
隠そうとも知っておるぞ。
There's no point trying to hide it.
甘き恋の沼にて溺れるシャノンを見て、そなたは羨ましがっている。
After seeing Shannon indulging in the sea of sweet love, you grew jealous.
恋の味を知りたくてうずうずしておるのよ。
You are sorely tempted to know the taste of love. Hehehehe.
やめろ
Stop it. Stop it.
僕を再び籠絡するつもりか
You're trying to ensnare me again?
僕はお前を楽しませるためのおもちゃになり果てたりしない
I won't be reduced to a toy for your amusement.
ほう
Oh?
ならばシャノンで満足するとしよう。
Then I will be satisfied with Shannon alone.
まいた種はそなただけではないのでな。
After all, you aren't the only one who was implanted with a seed.
時には実を結ばぬ果実もある。
Even fruiting plants sometimes fail to bear fruit, after all.
鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いて黄金鏡へ旅立つべし。
The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules.
第一の番に鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げよ。
On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
第二の番に残されし者は寄り添う2人を引き裂け。
On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. I was trying to drink. And the witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, the challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using that epitaph as a threat against canon.
わからぬか?
Do you not understand?
この碑文の儀式を成し遂げるには、第二の番に寄り添う2人を生贄に捧げねばならぬ。
For the ceremony of the epitaph to succeed, at the second twilight, 2 who are close must be offered as sacrifices.
寄り添う2人は誰でもよい。
See, this lends credence to what I was saying earlier. Like, it's not gonna be necessarily like, oh, we get to the second killing. It's gonna be like, oh, it's fucking Eva and Hideyoshi again. It could be any 2 who are close.
夫婦でもよいし、恋人同士でもよい。
A husband and wife, or even a pair of lovers.
誰を選ぶかは儀式のルールにのっとり、わらわが気まぐれに決めてよいことになっている。
According to the rules of the ceremony, who will be selected is up to me to decide on a whim.
今のシャノンなら、これほどふさわしい第二の番の生贄もないとは思わぬか?
Don't you think there could be no more fitting sacrifice for the second twilight than Shannon as she is now? You dirty. Canon realized something. Until today, he thought he'd given up everything else and lived as furniture, acting like furniture. But in reality, that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. Therefore, when Shannon was in pain, Canon shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to live as furniture, indifferently like Canon, without any regrets in this world, he wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had known the taste of love. No, whom she had taught the taste of love as she'd killed her. She wouldn't be welcomed into the Golden Land and granted a compassionate release. Instead, if the witch had her way, she'd be used as a sacrifice, subjected to the utmost of torture and pain, and forcibly turned into a human foundation for this evil ceremony. And this witch would probably make Shannon meet this horrible fate, for no reason other than that it was amusing to her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do this so that she could make Canon, who had never submitted to the witch, finally give in. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried to resist the witch and avoid pleasing her, he had only made things more amusing for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from boredom. Damn. What will you do, Canon? If you kneel, I might refrain from choosing Shannon as a sacrifice, see? Cackle, 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 cackle. I've always wanted to make a toy like you surrender someday. Without even a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Canon and laughed indecently. That's right, she predicted Canon's submission even before he'd made that decision himself. Canon chose to get down on both knees in front of the witch. Didn't matter what happened to himself. However, the one thing he couldn't bear to see was Shannon, who had given him his only reason to live during his days as furniture, being toyed with like this. That was why kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Canon to make. When his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, Beatrice let a look of ecstasy rise to her face, then laughed with a voice filled to bursting. Red. At that moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. Yeah, we got a foot person. Beatrice confirmed foot person. Or maybe Canon foot person as well. I don't know. Grown bored of life after 1,000 years, completely filled with the evil emotion that she had lived for. Ah, Fiato. Yup. Well, good for her, you know? Good for her. Well, when lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza that had been served in the parlors filled with a pleasant aroma. Since the children were there too, the adults tried to interact like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. You know, boring adult things. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go outside. Ah, Maria is back. Maria was apparently a TV kid, and she kept watching a boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. At first, Battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Maria, but he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Yeah, I know if that was updated to current times. She's an iPad kid. She'll watch fucking... it's not like Baby Shark anymore. What's the fucking thing I always hear people say to kids? There's some fucking program. On the tip of my tongue. Oh
yeah. 大きなあくびだね.
Bluey? Spider-Man Elsa videos? I'm gonna say both are true. That's a big yawn. Oh, George here treating him like he's a baby. Oh, that's a big yawn.
朝がずいぶん早かったんじゃないのかい?
Did you get up really early this morning?
ま、そんなとこだよ.
Well, something like that.
緊張が解けて、雨の音を聞いてるうちに眠くなってきちまった。
Now that all the tension's gone, I've started getting sleepy while listening to the sound of the rain.
緊張
Tension?
あんだけ態度でかそうにしてて緊張なんてしてたのかよ。
You call freaking out like that tension?
一応俺なりにはな。
At least it is for me. Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he really was sleepy, they decided to let him be. Let the man sleep. My.
食事の後にすぐ横になるとサバになると申しますよ。
They say that if you lie down right after eating, it'll become a mackerel. Okay. Stop kidding around.
ゴーダさん、今夜は子牛のステーキだって言ってたぜ。
Goda-san said we'd be having calf steak tonight.
サバのステーキになっちまう。
That'd make it mackerel steak.
熊沢さん。
Kumasawa-san.
こいつ本当に眠いらしい。
He looks pretty tired.
毛布を持ってきてあげてくれないかな。
Could you get him a blanket?
さあ、どうぞ。
Here you go. Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle.
本当に眠かったんだね。
You really were sleepy.
何時かに起きる？
When would you like to wake up?
起こしてあげるよ。
I'll wake you.
あ、いや、特に希望は。
Nah, can't say I've got any particular requests.
なんか用があったら起こしてくれりゃいいし。
You can wake me up if you need something from me.
なんにもねえんなら、ずっと眠らせてくれりゃいいぜ。
And if you don't, just let me sleep forever.
おやすみ。
Night. Guys, just like me, for real, for real. Question mark. Battler sleeping? A nap? A nap? I'll do it too.
こらマリア。
Hey, Maria.
バトラは眠いんだから放っておいてあげなきゃ。
Battler's sleepy, so you gotta leave him alone.
熊沢さん、もう一枚毛布をもらえるかな。
Kumasawa-san, could you give us another blanket? It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do it the same. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV. Sheesh.
せっかく6年ぶりにいとこがみんな揃ったってのによ。
And just when we'd finally gathered all the cousins together after 6 years.
こいつ、今回の親族会議の主賓だって自覚全然ねえな。
This guy doesn't have a clue that he's the main guest of this family conference, does he? For real. I could use a blankie right now.
聞こえてるぞ。
I can still hear you.
のんびり昼飯を食って、しかも外は台風で雨。
We took it easy eating lunch. There's even a typhoon and rain outside now.
何もすることがねえってことは、つまり、俺の出番じゃねえってことさ。
Since I've got nothing to do, that means it isn't my turn yet. それはどうかな? I wonder about that. 何も起こらないから何もしないなんて受け身の姿勢じゃ人生は退屈だよ。If you have a passive attitude like that and never do anything unless something else happens, your life will be pretty boring, right?
違うぜ。そういう意味じゃない。
No, that's not what I mean.
なんつうのかな。
How should I put it?
こういう時、俺はこう思うことにしてる。
At times like this, I like to think about it this way.
出番じゃねえんだよ。
It isn't my turn.
こいつがお芝居だったならさ、俺の出番じゃねえってことなんだよ。
If this were a play, it wouldn't be my turn to go on stage.
だったら、舞台袖でおとなしくしてるに限るってわけさ。
So the best thing to do is stay on the wings of the stage.
自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だろ?
This whole back and forth kind of sounds what's the term I'm looking for? I'm gonna say double meaning or hidden meaning, or I think it's basically alluding to the fact like he's having this conversation in the present there, but us as the reader is reading it and being like, oh, this is like coyly like being like, oh, as in reference to like it's not his turn to fucking, I don't know, attack Beatrice or whatever. Whatever the fuck he plans to do. Attack her, strike her, I don't know what he's gonna do. You're always the main character of your own life, right? Why are you acting like you're in a supporting role? You've got to move forward by yourself and get up on that stage. That's not what I mean. I'm trying to say it's not my turn yet. A yawning noise. Sorry, I'm sleepy and my mind's a mess. Give me a break. Munya. No kidding. You're so sleepy you're spouting nonsense. Let's leave him be for now. Hey, I can't let him get away with saying crap like that. You're always the main character in your own life. I've got serious issues with what Battler's saying. He's just half asleep. Don't take him too seriously. It's just that lack of guts. You know, not wanting to go on stage just because you think you can't be the main character. Something about it just pisses me off. With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against the glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget. So, just wasn't your turn yet. Is that it? Then, just when will you get up on the stage? In that case, who the heck is the main character on the stage? Who the hecky is the main character? Wow. Alright, what the hell is happening now? Dang, it's like you think you can do whatever you want. What the hell is all this? It's all screwed up.
そなたがわらわを否定する根拠とする18人だの19人だのという理論が実に滑稽だったのでな。
I was merely amused that your reason for denying me was based on whether there were 19 or 18 or 19 people.
指し手を変えてみたまでよ。
I just tried changing my opening move. No more.
そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は単にわらわが駒としてゲーム盤に並ばなかったからというだけのこと。
Your greatest basis for denying me is simply that I wasn't laid out as a piece on the game board.
ならばこうしてクイーンを先に指せばいいだけの話ではないか。
So, all I have to do is start by focusing on the queen, like this.
初手にてクイーンに道を開けるはチェスの王道ではないか。
Isn't opening the road for the queen on your first turn one of the classic moves in chess? Okay. So yes, we're getting confirmation basically that she, in this plane, in this witch's plane, with Battler in it that she is intentionally, alright, we're going to change the story around, and I'm going to essentially tweak what happened. I'm going to tweak history to make it so that you can't deny that I exist or whatever. And because one of his main things he held on to in the previous cycle was, oh, 18 or 19, oh, well, there's so much confusion. Of course the witches aren't a thing or whatever. She's like, okay, I'll be there from the beginning, and I'll be a person. And I assume then that's going to be the best explanation as we get of why Beatrice is in that outfit, so that she's not just a witch in this dress that shows up at the end like she did in the first cycle, but instead she's dressed up in heavy quotes normal clothing, as if she is a normal person on the island. I assume is the explanation we're gonna get for her being in that different outfit. So yeah, explained, I guess. Quit playing around. There's no way I can accept something like this, right? A witch came in, walking right through the entrance hall, you say? Don't mess with me. What's this? In the last game, I gave you incredible freedom in making your moves, correct? This time, all I'm doing is moving my pieces in response to your moves. Are you already giving up right at the start? You bastard. Don't mess with me. Like hell I'd give in. Great move. Go ahead. Just move however you like. Okay, so your turn's far from over, is it? Move however you want. Form a huge battle formation while you still can. I'll definitely withstand you. I'll definitely corner you. Come at me as best you can. I don't want you to have any excuses. You aren't even close to making me accept something like a witch. That's right. Just now, it looked like Maria's candy was fixed with magic. He's really here trying to just convince her and himself that she's just like a street magician with just working some sleight of hand. But you might have actually had another one of those same candy hidden in your pocket and switched them with that little show, making it only look like you fixed it with magic. Yeah, that's right. That has to be it. It's useless. It's all useless. Ho ho. Ho ho. Rosa saw the moment when the candy split into butterflies, correct? Who cares about that? That was a hallucination or a trick. Or maybe she just saw it wrong. That isn't a big problem. So, you throw out the part you can't explain as trivial. I see. Is that your move in response to mine? Cackle, 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 cackle. You've dug your own grave. Yushiromiya Battler. It still isn't your turn yet. Allow me to make my move for a little longer. It has barely begun, the turn of the witch. The mischievous music. When they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence, with no sound except that of the rain.
Yeah?
Nope. I haven't met a person like that even once. Aneki? I haven't met them. Kyrie-san, is that true? Even I only greeted her briefly when she came into the entrance hall. She looked like she was a bit over 20. I told her my name, but she didn't tell me hers. She was being guided by Genji-san, and I saw her go up to the second floor. So, it'd probably be faster to find Genji-san and ask him directly. Still, what a strange turn. The mystery woman had spoken to Kairi. Without naming herself, she'd sneered that Kairi should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And then there was her look-alike, the witch in the portrait. Was this person trying to say she was the witch of the portrait herself? I realized she was probably laughing at me for that reason. Even though it was our first meeting, she spoke as though she knew I'm your second wife. Aneki. You really don't know anyone like that? You talk too much. I've never seen a blonde woman like that go in or out of this mansion. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The problem's what happens if that woman starts calling herself Beatrice. If she starts calling herself the manager of father's assets. Or maybe she plans to call herself his mistress's daughter. Demands that she get a share of the inheritance. Either way, we've had one heck of a joker slipped into the deck. Did Nissan bring her here? Or did father? This is bad. We thought we could manage something if we could corner Aniki in our talks. But this takes us back to square one. I don't know what kind of schemes you've been making when I'm not around, dear. But it looks like we've been given a little time to form a counter strategy. Yeah. Better have some time to prepare.
今からわずかの時間でも対策を協議できる方がマシだ。
Then to have that blonde-haired Nichan suddenly appear at the dinner table and scare the shit out of us.
何しに現れたかわからへん以上、撃てる対策も限られとるで。
Until we know why she's appeared, there's a limit to the kinds of counters we can make.
向こうの狙いは何なんや?
What could she be after?
決まってるでしょ?
Isn't it obvious?
お父様の遺産の正当な後継者だと言い張るためよ。
She's going to claim that she's the rightful heir to father's inheritance.
お父様は未だにベアトリーチェの虜なのよ。
Father is still captivated by Beatrice.
その娘がいたなら全財産を譲りたいと言い出すはずだわ。
If he had a daughter with her, you can bet that he would want to leave all his fortune to her.
妙な遺言状でも突きつけてくるかもしれない。
She might even thrust some strange will in front of us.
そりゃ裁判沙汰にすれば半分の4分の1は主張できるかもしれないけど。
If we take it to court, we could probably claim a quarter of a half of it.
多分決着するまで遺産分割はできなくなるわよ。
But it'll probably be impossible to divvy out the inheritance until that's settled.
それは困る。
We can't have that.
私もルドルフも。
I can't, and neither can you, Rudolph.
もちろんローザもね。
And the same goes for Rosa, right?
俺たちはそれぞれの都合で早急にまとまった金がいる。
Each one of us needs to gather money quickly for our own reasons.
俺たち最大のウィークポイントってわけだ。
It's our biggest weak point.
なら狙いは何だ?
So, what are they after?
キリエ、読めるか?
Kyrie, can you guess?
初耳なんだけれど、私たちには急ぎまとまったお金が必要だという前提があるのね。
This is all news to me, but it sounds like we're starting from the premise that we've got an urgent need to collect money, right? Kyrie-san.
男の商売には攻めの時にこそ軍資金が入りようになることもあるんや。
In a man's business, you sometimes need funding when you're on the offensive.
それを分かってな。
Please understand that.
なあにルドルフ。
What's this, Rudolph?
キリエさんには話してなかったの?
You didn't tell Kyrie-san about it?
すまん。
Oh, shit. Sorry.
隠してたわけじゃないんだ。
I wasn't really hiding it.
実はちょいとした。
Actually, it was kinda...
いいわ。
It's alright.
あなたが私に話す必要がないと判断した話なんだから。
If you decided this wasn't something you needed to tell me about,
それをこの場では追求しない。
I won't press you about it here. Damn,
それより急
Kyrie.
務は黄金の魔女様の狙いを探ることなんでしょ?
Being oh so understanding. What's more important is finding out what this golden witch is after, right?
ああ。
Yeah.
俺たちの話を整理した上で敵の撃ってくる手が見えるか?
Now that you know what we know, can you see how the enemy might come at us? Rudolph had a certain measure of trust in Kyrie's unique thinking technique. Chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune-telling. But every time Rudolph was polishing up some important strategy, he'd give a great deal of thought to Kyrie's advice. For a while, Kyrie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering.
今日の今日まで彼女が訪れることが伏せられていた以上、
Judging by the fact that her arrival was kept hidden until today,
彼女は私たちに何らかのサプライズを与える目的があった。
she must be planning to catch us by surprise in some way.
それが財産なのか、親族としての認知なのかは分かりかねるわ。
We can't tell for sure whether she's after assets or being recognized as a relative.
でも今日の今日まで訪れることを伏せていたということは、
However, her coming was kept secret until today.
事前に知らせることで対応を打たれたくなかったと言えるかもしれない。
Which probably means she didn't want us to take any measures against her, something we might have done if we'd known beforehand.
ということは、彼女の目的は対応を打たれると不利になるものらしい。
So her goal was probably something that could be hindered if we were to take measures against her.
わかる?
Understand?
なるほどな。
I get it. Man, it just seems so futile. No matter what these fucking chuckle fucks, like, figure out or, like, try to plan against, unlike Beatrice and Battler, who seem to be, like, on the meta level, where they're essentially, like, against each other, and they're, like, planning moves against each other in the real world. These other fucking idiots, the adults, I don't think they have that. So they don't get to come in every sequence, or in the second sequence. I say every sequence because I'm just going to assume with 8 episodes that this is going to happen multiple times. That's why I keep saying multiple, like, each sequence, like I think it's going to happen multiple times. They don't have that. So they don't get to come in to the sequence with previous, like, I don't want to say like previous knowledge, because it's not like really the battler that we've seen here in episode 2 necessarily fully, it's not like he comes in with the knowledge of the first episode and what happened, but it at least seems as if on the witch's realm, plane of existence, purgatorio, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like, it seems he's going to be able to affect the situation happening in some shape or fashion, kind of like how we're seeing Beatrice. The Beatrice in the witch's realm, I'm dubbing the witch's realm, is affecting the Beatrice here in episode 2 with amongst everyone else. These other adults don't have that luxury. So it's very, I mean, it makes sense that we're still seeing their perspective and being like, oh, what are we gonna fucking do when Beatrice does this thing? But it's like, they're doomed. They're not gonna have, and it really, honestly, it seems as if they don't matter. If we're gonna stick with like the chess and the chessboard metaphor, they are the pawniest of pawns in this whole thing. They are literally just there to die and be mad at each other, and honestly just cause more confusion. And yeah, so they can plan all they want, but they're fucked, honestly. That's all I have to say about that. So, if she had a will that father had already written, or something that could prove that she's a blood relative, if she had some unshakable, rock-solid proof like that, you'd think she'd announce it beforehand. That's right.
むしろ疑う立場にある私たちに弁護士でも鑑定士でも連れてこさせて。
On the contrary, since we're in a position to doubt her, she should have brought a lawyer or an expert.
グーの音も出ないくらいに事実を突きつけるべきなのよ。
And thrust some completely undeniable proof before us.
それができるならね。
If she could.
つまり奇襲狙いという時点で。敵は真正面からの正攻法では勝てんちゅうことを意味するわけやな。
So, the mere fact that she's launching a surprise attack shows that her foe can't win with a frontal assault. Also, 2 more thoughts. I know I'm diverting from just progressing the story, and I apologize. I just got to get these out here on the recording for future potential whatever. But 2 things. One, a quick one I'll say first, is what's to say the first sequence we witnessed in episode 1 was the first sequence? This could have been, I mean, there's a possibility that that first sequence is like the millionth sequence, and they've been going at it for a million times over, and we haven't seen it technically. And 2, the slightly longer theory is that, building off of what I was saying earlier with these adults not like really affecting the overall story, at least they think they're affecting it, but they're not really, is that they're concerned about the money thing for obvious reasons. But like, let's assume this is just the actual second sequence, and the first sequence in episode 1 is when Beatrice at first was like, oh, I care about the prophecy on the epitaph fulfilling, and I get the gold back with interest, yada yada yada. Well, after the end of episode 1, and we see that her focus goes from that to essentially the wrench in her plan then becomes Battler. And Battler, through his sheer ignorance and his like, oh, I still can't believe in witches, her whole focus, her whole like honestly, she's just going through the motions of the prophecy thing at that point, it feels like to me. Now her attention is more on like, all right, I gotta make sure this fucking idiot kid Battler like believes in witches or whatever. So like it's even another level that these guys are like all concerned about, like, oh, fucking money, oh, the money. But then like Beatrice doesn't care. She cares less and less as these cycles probably go on. Assuming there's more than the second one here. Whatever. It's late on a Saturday. I don't even know if I'm making 100% sense, but like, yeah, we can just go. Makes sense. Oh, he says it makes sense. He says I'm not just rambling. If a trump card can win no matter what, it's best to play it out in the open. If you play it in a roundabout way, it might end up weakening its impact. Skip into the conclusion. We can probably expect to be faced with some huge surprise. Something related either directly or indirectly to the inheritance problem that's on everyone's minds. Our opponent probably plans to overawe us simply by the impact of the shock. However, no matter how great the impact might be, it cannot be absolute. In other words, we have enough leeway to take advantage of this. You've really got brains. Even understanding just this much is easily reassuring. In other words, you're telling us not to get sucked into our opponent's pace. In the end, it's an extremely simple conclusion. No matter what our opponent brings up, we should deal with it calmly, without rushing things. This is just the very first step in the art of negotiation. You really can't say you've predicted your opponent's thoughts with just this. Come on. Just like usual, that was pretty good. Now that we know we've got a little leeway to attack, helps us relax a bit. What we don't know is how she's connected to Kraus-Nissan. Will it be a surprise for Kraus-Nissan too? Or was he actually the one who called her here in the first place? If it's the latter, that might make things very troublesome. That's right. Secretly calling a mystery woman on the day of the family conference. It would be in terrible taste, but it does feel like something Nissan would do. Aneki, let's do this. As long as she can't clearly prove her identity, we won't accept her position in any way.
それが最善ね。
That would be for the best.
現にキリエさんに対して名乗ってすらいない。
Already, she's refused to introduce herself to Kairi-san.
正体不明の女の発言で私たちの会議がかき回されちゃたまらないわ。
We can't let our conference be disturbed by the statements of some unknown woman.
血縁証明でも示してみせるかもしれんで。
She might even show us proof that she's a blood relative.
お父さんの血が流れてることが、例えば母子手帳でも示されたらどうにもならん。
If she can prove father's blood runs through her veins, like with a maternity record document, there's nothing we can do.
証明物なんかいくらでも偽装を疑える。
It's always possible to suspect that physical evidence has been faked.
仮にそれが本物だったとしても、当人が本人だと証明するには病院沙汰にしなきゃならん。
And even if it's real, in order to prove that the person in the documents is the person we see, we need to check their condition at a hospital.
少なくとも今の六軒島でそれを証明することは不可能だ。
At the very least, it'd be impossible to prove that now, on Rokenjima.
その通りね。
You're right.
つまりこういうことよ。
So, in other words, it's something like this.
今の六軒島では何が示されても真実だと受け入れることはできない。
No matter what's shown to us on Rokenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. So really the plan is, anytime she says anything, just say, nuh-uh.
台風が去って、叱るべき場所で証明してみせるまで、何も信じられないってことよ。
We can't believe anything until the typhoon passes and they prove it to us at the proper place.
そういうので上げ足を取りまくるのは姉貴の得意技だな。
Just say nuh-uh and then walk away. Spotting all kinds of holes and stuff like this is Zaneki's specialty.
任せるぜ。
We'll be counting on you.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。
Are you joking?
あんたも協力するのよ。
You'll be helping too.
私たちにはお金がいる。
We need the money.
それも急ぎ、まとまった額が。
We need it quickly in a large sum. Call J.G. Wentworth.
私たちは運命共同体よ。
Our fates are all tied together in this.
こんなところで、ひょっこり現れた謎の女に遺産の当てをぶち壊されてたまるもんですか。
As if we'd just stand by and let some suddenly appearing mystery woman destroy the inheritance we're after. Rudolph and Eva always formed a united front as siblings at times like this. A power duo. Sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kairi noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Outside, it was still raining heavily, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason, the words Eva said a second ago kept repeating in Kairi's head. So, in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us now in Rokenjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. At that moment, the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. It'd be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all truths whose proof lay in the outside world would be called lies. So does that mean that right now, on this Rokenjima, no truth exists at all? Does it mean that everything will now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies, where all common sense has been fucking whatever the word is. What was it? Common sense something? I don't even know. Kairi remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. On this island, which has been cut off from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kairi couldn't think of the smile that appeared on the woman's face. as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling my chessboard thinking's missed a vital premise, one that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. If that's true, all of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now, in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. Go find her. Go find her.
Maria.
Maria. Maria.
今日のお昼にお外で私たち会ったわよね。
Around lunchtime today, we met her outside, right?
女の人に。
A woman?
あれは誰？
Who was she?
何度も言ってる。
I said it over and over.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
Maria, did you ever meet Beatrice before that?
毎年会ってる。
I've met her every year.
毎年？
This droning music. Every year.
この六軒島のお屋敷で？
In this mansion on Rokkenjima?
じゃわからないでしょ。
I don't know what means.
そうなの？
Is that true? Yes.
いつから会ってるの？
How long have you been meeting her?
何年前から？
How many years ago did it start?
わかんない。
I don't know.
わからない？
You don't know?
どうして？
What do you mean?
去年？
Was it last year?
一昨年？
2 years ago?
もっと前から。
Longer than that. Rosa was astonished. Only the Ishirimiya family mansion existed on this island, so there couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet, Maria said she'd been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been in the family conference every year. That's insane. Is Maria saying that eerie woman was at the family conference every year, and none of us ever noticed it? Even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple of hours ago in the Rose Garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the Rose Garden, as the typhoon grew near and the wind roared? Maria.
あなたは毎年彼女と会ってると言ったわね。
You said you've met with her every year.
会って何をしてるの？
What do you two do when you meet?
お歌を歌ったり、魔法を習ったり。
We sing songs and learn magic.
魔法陣の書き方も習うの。
And I learn how to draw magic circles.
そう。
Really?
それはすごいわね。
That's incredible. Yeah, Rosa, don't you wish you could draw magic circles with her? Maria, you often draw scribbles.
じゃない。魔法陣を書いたりしてるわよね。
I mean, magic circles in your notebook, right?
それも彼女に教えてもらったの。
Did she teach you that too?
ベアトリーチェにね、お手本書いてもらうの。
You know what? Beatrice drew examples to teach me.
ほらほら、見て見て。
Telling you, dude, Maria is gonna, like, at some point, one of these cycles, she's gonna have, like, fucking, she's gonna have magic witch powers somehow, And she's gonna cast like this spell that just like rips Rosa in half. Beatrice drew examples to teach me. Come on, look. Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Oh, that would be so good. Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening to that page. I just had like a weird like memory of like, not a memory, but a weird like, dude, honestly, oh my god, it's funny that I'm just bringing this up because now I just remembered, like, I guess it was Friday. Someone at work was like, oh, Jerry Springer died. And I was like, what, really? But I was just thinking of like a Maury Povich like show topic. What do they call those? There were like episodes that had like certain titles to them and stuff. And for some reason in my head, I just flashed like, my daughter says that she's a witch and does magic circles, and you just see Rosa and Maria like sitting on chairs with Maury Povich. Like, before Maury Povich would just like do just like DNA tests, you know? Maria and Rosa would be the subject. They would sit there at that show. That's just where my mind goes. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things. And, while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. My son... No. Fuck. My son can't stop spinning the chessboard around. All of them were occult-like things. While it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. Look, here. Beatrice drew it. Ooh. And then you have like Eva coming in from like the background, and she says some inflammatory things, and then Rosa or Natsuhi. It would be Natsuhi. She does the dramatic like crying and then runs backstage, and the cameras like follow her and shit. Ooh. Oh, look at those drawings. Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an eerie magic circle. Furthermore, at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Surely my daughter can't draw these. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rokujima that she herself hadn't known existed until now. This person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria. Maria. Does the witch Beatrice live here? Or does she live outside the island like us? Beatrice is the witch of Rokujima, so she lives on this island. So you're saying she's on the island even on days when it isn't the family conference, right? I don't know what "oo" means. Yes or no? Yes. What in the... I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion in the rose garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Right? Damn it. Damn it, Maria.
Mama,
That was a really bad Hank Hill impression. I apologize. I'm so bad at impressions. Just so bad. But every once in a while, I try. And they fail, and they suck. Mama! Mama! What's wrong? Mama! Mama! My head hurts. Rosa says, Maria, you're giving me a headache. Please leave me alone. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely, my fear from those days had been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled that Western envelope out of her pocket. It was one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiromiya, now I can't say it, Ushiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters. Its red sealing wax had even been sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo held, which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from Father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it, and why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might let loose incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to Father's inheritance. Actually, since she received it from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Does it mean this person wants, not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance? I need a large sum of money. I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing Father's inheritance while he's still alive. But this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. And I've even colluded with Rudolf Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself first? Yeah, read it, Rosa. Read the letter. The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table with everyone gathered. But if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud herself at dinner? Why did she go to all the trouble in trusting it to me? Simply put, is it because she doesn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand? Yeah, Rosa, that's why. Read it. Read the fucking letter. It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that'd mean breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Eva Nissan and Rudolf Nissan too. They're always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. When I gulped, I put my hand to the red sealing wax. Something suddenly pulled on my sleeve, and I let out a small scream. What? Oh. Maria's like, no, not now. Maria. Don't scare me like that. What is it? You mustn't. Huh? And Maria's expression was the same portent of misfortune she'd felt from that witch. It sent a tingle up her spine. Beatrice told Mama to read that letter during dinner. You mustn't break a promise with a witch. That's not it. I just wanted to look at the envelope for a second. I'll keep my promise. After all, I always tell you to keep your promises. God, Rosa just lying. So bad. So bad. Of course I keep my promises. Yes.
Mama はいい子。
Mama's a good girl. the
その笑い方。
that laugh.
可愛くないからやめなさい。
It isn't cute, so stop it.
おー。
そういえば、マリアも封筒をもらったわよね。
Come to think of it, you received a letter too, Maria.
中にはなんて書いてあったの？
What was written inside?
開けてない。
I haven't opened it.
ベアトリーチェは開ける時が来るまで開けちゃダメって言った。
Beatrice said I mustn't open it until the time to open it comes.
だから大事に持ってる。
So I'm taking good care of it.
うん。
I see.
マリアはベアトリーチェの言うことはちゃんと聞くのね。
You listen well to what Beatrice says, don't you, Maria?
うん。
マ
リアはベアトリーチェの弟子だから、お師匠の言うことはちゃんと聞くの。
I'm Beatrice's disciple, so I listen well to what my teacher says. I see. Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely learn of it. Because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch.
ママは約束を守るわ。
I'll keep my promise.
だから安心するようベアトリーチェに言ってね。
So tell Beatrice not to worry, okay?
伝える。
I'll tell her.
ねえマリア。
Hey, Maria?
ベアトリーチェとお話をしたいんだけど、どうすれば会えるのかしら。
If I wanted to speak to Beatrice, how could I meet her?
知らない。
I don't know.
ベアトリーチェはとても気まぐれだから、いつも突然姿を現すの。
Beatrice is very fickle, so she always appears suddenly.
マリアからは会う方法を知らない。
I don't know a way to get her to meet me.
でもね、いつもマリアのことを見てるの。
But you know, she's always watching me.
だからマリアが困っていると、後できっと助けてくれるの。
So if I get in trouble, she'll definitely come and save me afterwards.
きっとね、姿を消してマリアの近くに隠れてるんだよ。
She's definitely erased her form and is hiding close to me. Yeah.
その笑いをやめなさいといつも言ってるでしょ。
Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? Oh, she's already doing it. Oh my god. She literally was just told. She literally was just told by Maria, hey, whenever something bad happens to me, then Beatrice is gonna protect me. And then Rosa couldn't even stop for 5 seconds to be like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't beat my child. Maybe that's a bad idea. Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. I put a stop to Maria's laughing, but I wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes. A color that seemed to bear portent of misfortune. Rosa swore. She swore that at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. Not my daughter. Yeah, let's get to evening already. Let's have this dinner. Let's do the dang dinner thing. How long have we been going? What time is it right now? Let's go a little longer. I don't know if we'll get to unless it happens very quickly. I don't know if we'll get to a nice clean stopping point like we just passed, but I do want to just go for maybe a little longer here. Maria still hasn't come back. I wonder if she's getting scolded by Aunt Rosa again. Ever since they'd met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around, chatting about Halloween the whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much. Acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, during lunch. because Rosa had cautioned her several times. At times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone, so she could beat her in private. So, since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6 o'clock. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd been getting scolded all this time. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. She probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor.
ひょっとするとバトラ様がお目覚めになって一緒に遊ばれているのかもしれませんね。
Maybe Battler-sama woke up and they've been playing together.
マリアちゃんにとってバトラ君は新しい友達のような感じだったろうからね。
After all, Maria-chan thinks the Battler-kun is a new friend.
そのバトラ君と飛行場でハロウィンごっこをするのがきっととても楽しかったんだよ。
She must have had a lot of fun when she's played Halloween with Battler-kun at the airport.
バトラもずいぶんはしゃいでたな。
Battler looked like he was having a lot of fun himself.
あいつ図体はでかくなったってのに中身は昔から全然変わらねえぜ。
Maybe he's gotten big, but he hasn't changed a bit.
そうですね。
That's true.
バトラ様は6年前のままでいてくださった気がします。
I get the feeling Battler-sama was gracious enough to remain as he was 6 years ago.
シャノンは6年前のバトラ君のこと覚えてるんだ。
Shannon, do you remember what he was like then? Yes.
何しろ大層お元気な方でしたから。
Because he was, well, very energetic. Giggle.
僕も6年前に4人で遊んだことを思い出すよ。
I also remember the four of us playing together 6 years ago.
シャノンはだいぶお姉さん風だったね。
Shannon acted a lot like a big sister back then.
そうだな。
That's right.
今よりしっかりしてた気がするぜ。
I get the feeling she was even more dependable then. She was even more dependable then than she is now. Ah, the double thens. Ha ha ha.
それはあの頃は身の程をわきまえておりませんでしたもので。
Back then, I didn't truly understand my place, so.
いろいろと失礼いたしました。
I did quite a few rude things.
いいよ、そんな礼儀云々は。
Don't worry about understanding your place in that sense.
仕事中はともかく、こうして休み時間に過ごす時の僕らはあの頃から変わらない。仲良しで居続けたいね。
When you're on the job is one thing, but when you're taking a break and with us, like now, I'd rather you stay and be friendly, just like the old days.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
使用人のシャノンとオフの時の作用は使い分けていいだろう。
There's nothing wrong with acting differently, depending on whether you're the servant Shannon or off-duty Sayo.
奴隷じゃないんだぜ。使用人の仕事をしてるだけじゃないかよ。
You aren't a slave. You're just working as a servant, right?
私はシャノンとは。
I think of you, Shannon.
うん。サヨとは一番古い友人だと思ってるぜ。
No, Sayo, as my oldest friend.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
お嬢様。
Oh, thank you very much, my lady. It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Cannon's history from both of them. Apparently, George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening, rainy sky.
カノン君はまだ幼いのに考え方が少し背伸びしてるところがあると思うんです。
Cannon may still be childish in some ways, but I think he's starting to grow a bit in his way of thinking.
いや、
Well,
もうよしてくれよ。
Come on, quit it already.
まあ私も雰囲気に流されてたところはあったと思うしさ。
Well, come on. Oh, I heard that. Well, I guess I let myself get swept away by the mood once or twice.
まあシャノンたちのことを見て ちょっと羨ましいとか思って気がせいていたところもあったかもしれねえな。
You know, after watching you two, I might have gotten a bit jealous, feeling like I was getting left behind.
私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。
But forget about me.
それよりジョージ兄さんたちの方はどういう感じなんだよ。
More importantly, how's it going between you two?
だいぶいい感じなんだろ。
Looks like it's going pretty good, huh?
どうなんでしょう。
I wonder. Yes.
とてもいい感じだよ。
It's going very well. Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that the relationship was proceeding so perfectly, it'd make anyone envious. Dang, I'm jealous.
ってことはシャノンもそのうち寿退社ってわけなんだ。
So, does that mean Shannon's gonna resign and have a party soon? It's a painting face again. It kills me every time I see it.
どうなんでしょう。
I wonder.
私にはその。
I'm,
どうなんだろうね。
Oh, there's a good question.
僕にもわからないね。
I wonder what she'll say. George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough. Quit it with the mushy shit.
僕には夢がある。
I have a dream.
それは一国一城の主になりたいというビジネス的な野望だけじゃない。
I don't just mean some ambition to become the leader of my own domain in business.
生涯を共にできる伴侶と幸せな家族を築きたいという夢もある。
I also dream of building a happy family together with a partner I can spend my life with.
子供は最低でも2人欲しいとか。
I want 2 kids, at the very least. The fuck kind of conversation? George, shut up!
家族で一緒にできるスポーツをしたいねとか。
It'd be nice to be able to do some sports as a whole family. Yes, sports. Let's go.
他にもいろいろ。
And many more things besides that.
そんな話をよくシャノンとはするよ。
I often talk with Shannon about that kind of thing.
こんなことを話すと、いつもシャノンには気が早いですねと笑われるんだけど。
Though every time I do, she always laughs and says I'm getting ahead of myself.
僕はこの年のうちからもうなぜか落ち着いた老後のことを考えてしまうんだよ。
For some reason, even at the age I am now, I find myself thinking about what it'd be like to live peacefully in my old age.
元気に成長した子供たちと駆け回る孫たちと。
With healthy grown-up kids and grandchildren running around all over the place.
そういうものに囲まれて、いつまでもシャノンと2人、ゆっくりと余生を送れたらなって。
If only I could spend the rest of my life at a slow pace surrounded by that. Together with Shannon forever. Maybe I just have a different view. But to me, that seems wild. George here, still a young lad. Shannon also seems pretty young. They've got a fucking whole life ahead of them. And he's like, I can't wait till I'm just old as shit. I'm surrounded by children and grandchildren. That mentality to me is just wild. I don't know. Maybe that's a nice and romantic thing to say and feel. But I would just be like, you have your whole life. Do something with it. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, you're definitely getting out of yourself.
でも、なんていうのか、そのジョージ兄さんらしい話だな。
But how should I say it? Sounds like you, George Nissan.
そんな家族に囲まれたら、さぞ素敵でしょうね。
Being surrounded by a family like that would probably be so wonderful.
私が思い描いていた理想の家族も、そんな感じだったと思います。
The ideal family I've painted in my mind is something like that. To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's future to.
まあ、水を差すわけじゃねえけど。
Well, I don't want to throw cold water on you guys.
秀吉おじさんはともかく、エヴァおばさんとかどうなわけ？
But Uncle Hideyoshi aside, what are you going to do about Aunt Eva?
説得は大変じゃないの？
Won't it be pretty tough to win her over? We'll kill her.
そんなことは誰も気にする必要はないよ。
There's no reason for anyone to worry about something like that.
僕が誰を伴侶に選ぶかは誰にもはばかられない。
No one but me gets any say in who I choose to be my. No one but me gets any say in who I choose to be my partner.
シャノンは僕が幸せにする。
I'll bring Shannon happiness.
それに誰の許可が？
Whose permission do I need for that? Whoa!
ジョージ兄さん、かっこいいぜ。
George Nissan, that was cool.
よくそんな恥ずかしいセリフを堂々と。
Can't believe you can say that stuff with that embarrassing out loud.
昔の兄さんはそういうキャラじゃなかったと思ったんだけどな。
I don't remember you ever being that kind of character in the past.
男子、3日合わざれば刮目して待つべしさ。
As I say, if you don't see a boy for 3 days, you should watch him closely.
僕だって成長する。
I grow as much as anyone.
シャノンを幸せにするために、僕はもっともっと勉強して、ふさわしい男に成長するつもりだよ。
I intend to study more and more and grow to be the man Shannon deserves, the one who can bring her happiness. Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red, and he scratched his head.
ジョージさん。
George-san.
大丈夫。
It's okay.
母さんは確かにごねるかもしれないけど、僕に任せておけばいい。
I'm sure mother will be difficult, but you can leave that to me.
親族全員に、君が僕の伴侶だと認めさせてみせる。
You'll see. I'll make all the relatives accept you as my partner.
すっげえな。
Awesome.
シャノンが羨ましいぜ、まったく。
I'm jealous of you, Shannon. Seriously.
そこまで言ってもらえて、その。
I'm very grateful.
恐縮です。
That you'd be willing to go so far.
っていうかよ、私はお邪魔虫なんじゃないかって気がしてきたぜ。
Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel like a third wheel here.
席を外した方がいいか？
Maybe I'd better leave, huh? Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on. The phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she spent too much time on her break.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
私、お勤めの時間を忘れておりました。
I forgot it was time for work.
これで失礼します。
Then if you'll excuse me. At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room.
シャノン。
Shannon!
また、いつもの時間に、いつもの場所で。
Again, the usual time, at the usual place. Oh, they're gonna have their moment. Yes.
失礼します。
Excuse me.
もしもし、ジェシカです。
Hello, Jessica.
ああ、ゲンジさん。
Ah, Genji-san.
はい。シャノンは今そっちに戻ってますよ。
Yeah, Shannon's going back to you guys now.
私たちが引き止めちゃったんです。
We held her up.
叱らないでやってください。
So please don't scold her.
ええ。はい。
Yeah. Yes.
そっか。
I see.
もうじき夕飯の準備の時間なんだね。
So it's almost time for them to get ready for dinner. Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. Man, we get Beatrice at dinner. What a shit show this is gonna be. Oh, it's so good. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference.
納得できません。
I can't accept it.
どうして私が直接お届けに上がってはならないのですか？
Why can't I deliver directly? Goto-san flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that has always happened. Of course, Goto-san would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he'd put his heart and soul into his cooking. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the golden eagle crest enter his study. So while Goto-san would be able to greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Goto-san was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs. He was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight, there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. Apparently, this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master, the family head. Oh, she's not going to sit at the table. It's not as exciting anymore. Goto-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. After all, he was an extremely vain person. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of this same rank simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Ken-san had gone in his place. So, he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. But Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Goto-san didn't wear the golden eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goto-san lost his patience. So heart-rending. So heart-rending, Goto-san. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows.
Kumasawa-san, 油を売っている暇があったら食堂の準備をしてきてください。
Kumasawa-san, if you have enough free time to dawdle around, please get the dining hall ready.
テーブルクロスは大丈夫ですか?
Is the tablecloth set?
これは失礼を。
My apologies. Badoing? Got a little badoing sound effect. When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall.
Beatrice-sama wa Oyakata-sama to mattaku doukaku no okata desu.
Beatrice-sama is of exactly the same rank as the master. All rules regarding her are to be respected just as much as those involving the master. Goto-san, please devote your attention entirely towards your own task and serve all the relatives.
そのようなお客様相手に源氏さんならともかくこんな子供を生かせていいのですか?
I wouldn't mind if it was you, Genji-san. But is it really okay to let a child like this serve such a guest?
もし何かの粗相があったら失礼に当たります。
If she made some blunder, it would be quite embarrassing.
確かに彼らの年季は長いですが、しかるべきところで修行をしたことがあるわけじゃない。
I know they've served here a long time, but that doesn't mean they've been trained in the proper areas.
正直に申し上げて、お客様に接する基礎ができていないのです。
If you'll allow me to speak freely, they are completely lacking in the fundamentals that might qualify them to interact with such a guest. Shannon is standing there. Goto spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry dinner to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the golden eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. If the highest ranked, Genji, went to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Goto's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Cannon. Goto kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung in shame, heard Ken's voice from behind her. Ken had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, blind spot from the kitchen, and had been listening to all of this. He probably knew that if he entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. I've got to say it. That man's a piece of shit. No, the man's scum.
でも接待の基礎の勉強になるし。
But we could learn a lot about the fundamentals of entertaining guests from him.
ゴーダさんはたくさん勉強してるから、とても参考に。
Goda-san has learned so much, so he'd be a great reference.
姉さんは優しいね。
I just love canon where he's like, I gotta fucking say it. I can't hold it in any longer. That guy sucks. Nissan, you sure are nice.
それより、
More importantly,
貴賓室のお客様が
is the guest in the VIP room
ベアトリーチェ様だというのは本当なの？
really Beatrice-sama, as they say? Yes.
昼食の配膳に行かされた時に会った。
I met her when I was sent to serve her lunch.
間違いなくあいつだったよ。
There can be no doubt it's her.
そう。
Really?
お元気そうだった？
Was she doing well? Oh, was she doing well? Can't remember that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to establish a relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Kennen already knew. The witch came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch that only they'd been able to see in the past had revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door, and even have dinner carried to her. Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Cannon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So, if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power? She also grew the power of changing clothes. It's amazing. And she said something else too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love while fully aware that they would fail. And she said even more. She definitely said that the day had finally come, upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened. Shannon. She's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony. She's planning to hold some bizarre ceremony with the Master. You can bet it will be something too horrible to imagine. And no one will be able to resist. What are you talking about? She came here. Twice in a row. She came here as the Master requested, so that the door to the Golden Land would open, so that everything would be returned to the Golden Land. She definitely said that to me. In the past, the two of them, as furniture working for Kinzo, had been told what opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question. And because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he looked at that expression twisted with grief. How could... Why? Why now? Didn't I tell you? We are furniture. Too many ellipses. Because you acted like a human, because of love. You're incapable of obediently accepting the day our service comes to an end. Once I wish this day would come. But it never came, year after year. I didn't know how long we'd be forced to endure suffering as furniture. So I thought... I thought that day of rest wouldn't come for all eternity.
僕だってそう思ってたさ。
I thought the same thing.
でも必ずいつか訪れるって僕は信じてた。
But I believe that it would definitely come someday.
だから僕は家具としての自覚を忘れなかったんだ。
So I never forgot that I'm furniture.
なのに姉さんは忘れた。
But Nissan, you did forget.
私が悪いのね。
It's my fault, isn't it?
私が
It was I who, I mean,
姉さんが悪い。
yeah, it's your fault, Nissan.
姉さんさえ恋を覚えなかったら。
If only you hadn't experienced love,
僕たちはようやく訪れた今日を喜び合うはずだった。
we'd both be happy that this day had finally come.
姉さんがくだらない未練を作ってしまったんだ。
You built up too many pointless regrets,
必ず去らなければならない世界なのに。
even though you knew you'd have to leave this world someday.
儀式は今夜始まるの。
Will the ceremony begin tonight? Yes.
あとあいつは僕に言った。
And she said one more thing.
今夜ジョージ様は姉さんに婚約指輪を贈るだろうって。
Tonight, George Sama will probably give you an engagement ring, Nissan. That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today, and surely he would hand it over tonight.
あいつは姉さんとジョージ様を第二の番の生贄に使うつもりで二人の仲をくっつけたんだ。
She brought you two together, planning to use you as the sacrifices of the second twilight.
わかる？
Get it?
姉さんはあいつにそそのかされた上利用されたんだよ。
She tempted you and took advantages of you. Yeah, seriously.
そうだったの。
I see.
考えたこともなかったわ。
I never thought of that.
でもあいつは言ったよ。
But she told me.
もし今夜その婚約指輪を受け取らなかったなら姉さんを生贄に選ばないと約束した。
She promised that if you don't accept the engagement ring tonight, you won't be chosen as a sacrifice, Nissan.
僕たちが揃って黄金鏡へ行ける確率はとても低いと思う。
I think our chances of being able to go to the Golden Land together are very slim.
13人が生贄になる。
There'll be 13 sacrifices.
生き残るのは5人だけ。
Only 5 will be left alive.
その中に僕たち2人が入れる確率は本当に低い。
The chances of us being part of that group are tiny.
でも姉さんだけでもその約束が得られるなら確率はもっと上がる。
But if you just accept her offer, those chances will rise.
僕はかけたいんだ。
I want to take that bet.
黄金鏡には救いがある。
Our salvation is in the Golden Land.
僕たちはそこへたどり着き人間を手に入れるんだ。
We're gonna reach that place and gain humanity.
そして姉さんと2人で人間としての人生を歩みたいんだよ。
I want to live as a human together with you, Nissan.
そうすれば本当の恋だって
If we do that, we might be able to find
できるかもしれない。
true love.
かつての私たちは黄金鏡へ行けることを夢見てたね。
In the past, we used to dream about being able to go to the Golden Land.
そこへ行けばどんな願いでも叶う。
If we go there, any wish will be granted.
私たちをこの苦しみから救ってくれる。
We'll be saved from this pain.
そう信じてた。
That's what we believed. However, in the ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Cannon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant the ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them no matter what happened.
僕は嫌だ。
I don't like it.
これまでの辛かった分を姉さんと取り戻したい。
Together with you, I want to make up for all the suffering we've endured.
生贄なんてごめんだ。
I won't become a sacrifice.
僕と姉さんは生き残る。
Nissan and I will remain alive.
そして2人で黄金鏡へたどり着く。
And we'll reach the Golden Land together.
だから姉さんを第二の番の生贄になんかさせない。
So won't let you become the sacrifice of the second twilight.
頼むよ姉さん。
Please, Nissan.
あの男の指輪を受け取らないで。
Don't accept that man's ring.
それを受け取らなければ、あいつは姉さんを生贄には選ばないと約束してくれた。
If you don't accept it, she promised not to select you as a sacrifice.
それはできないよ。
She's like, lol, no. I cannot do that.
今夜の指輪はとても特別なもの。
Tonight's ring is very special.
それを受け取らないことは
My heart won't let me...
私の心が許さない。
My heart won't let me refuse it.
姉さん。
Nissan.
儀式の生贄は魔女が気まぐれに決めることになってる。
The sacrifices of the ceremony are decided on the witch's whims.
その魔女が姉さんだけは見逃すと約束してくれたんだよ。
And the witch has promised to overlook just you, Nissan.
姉さんだけは絶対に黄金鏡へ行けるんだ。
You alone will definitely be able to go to the Golden Land.
私だけ？
Only me?
カノン君は？
What about you, Kennen-kun?
僕は魔女のゲームで十分さ。
The witch's game is enough for me.
あいつの魔女なんかかいくぐってやる。
I'll slip through her clutches.
僕は無力じゃない。
I am not powerless.
わずかの確率を
I'll
無理やり掴み取ってやる。
I'll tightly grasp that faint chance.
僕たちのせいなんて所詮は仮初めじゃないか。
After all, our lives are transient, aren't they?
本当の人生を始めるために
In order to begin our real lives,
僕たちは黄金鏡へたどり着こう。
let's drag ourselves to the Golden Land.
そして
Then,
人間を手に入れよ
we will gain humanity.
う。そうしたらさ、
And when we've done that,
僕も姉さんみたいに
maybe I'll be able to
恋が知れるかな。
experience romance just like you, Nissan.
もう家具だからって
Maybe I won't have to.
人を泣かせずに済むかな。
Make someone cry just because I'm furniture. Kennen-kun.
僕は
I've
もう家具は嫌だ。
had enough of being furniture.
絶対に
I'll definitely
人間になってやる。
become human.
こんな苦しみから。
Honestly, Canon is speaking with too many ellipses here for my liking. I'll escape this plan.
絶対に
No matter what. There were tears in Cannon's eyes. By now, Cannon had noticed. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. Rokajima become human. Jesus. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then, had slowly wrought some kind of change on Cannon's heart without him knowing it.
Shannon.
Alright, we'll call it a night there. That's as good enough as a transition, I think. Shannon! I'll save before I forget here. Wouldn't it just be terrible if I didn't save? Actually, I don't think it'd be that bad. I think I could fast forward pretty quickly through text if I needed. So yeah, good shit, good stream. Good shit, good stream. Probably into the next week, carry the same pace, same kind of schedule-y ideas. Probably one stream during the week of Umineko, randomly like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday. And then back on next Saturday night, I assume, for another good chunk. Hopefully, I mean, 4 hours is decent, but like, maybe, I mean, it's all dependent on like what else I'm doing on my Saturdays, but I would love to maybe like start just a bit earlier on Saturday night if I could help it, so that we can go just take a little teensy bit longer on Saturday nights. But we'll it all just kind of depends. So stream tomorrow probably sometime, I think, of Disco Elysium as we near the ending of that. I just don't know when I'm gonna actually be able to fit it in. If I'm really bold, if I wake up early enough, maybe I just do a weird early morning thing. Those are always weird energies. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. We'll be back another time. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday night, or whenever you happen to be watching the VOD of this. And, yeah, until next time, blast it as Jessica is in this little thumbnail. I don't know. Do as she does.